Hello, assalamu alaikum everyone. How are you?
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Wa alaikum assalam, Faz. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine, sir. How are you,
Very,
sir?
very good, very
How's
good,
it?
alhamdulillah. How's your computer doing, Faz?
That's the old computer, the same computer I've got. It's working now, okay. And I have installed ESXi 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, very good.
But I was unable to install the Vsphere. I couldn't get it.
Web client?
The last part of the video number 2.
Okay, okay, it's fine. So, but you were able to install ESXi.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Excellent. So this is the same machine that had the heating up problem, but it's fine now.
It's running, and at this moment it's running okay.
And how many servers are running on this?
Right now, one DC01 and the other server, and the three ESXi machines.
So one ESXi and one Windows.
No, sir, three ESXi 01, 02, 03,
Okay.
and one domain
One win
controller
one domain controller.
and
Okay.
one server and one server.
Okay, okay, okay. Excellent. And so with these four machines going on, the machine never heat up.
It's I've not tried yet, sir, but I think last time with two servers and two client machines, last I was showing like CPU utilization up to 95%. Now it is not showing that.
Okay. No, CPU is fine, but the laptop shouldn't heat up. So CPU will go up for sure. Why? Because you have four servers running inside one machine.
It's not heated up yet, sir.
Okay, that's good. That is a good sign.
Inshallah. Hope so.
Okay, inshallah. Okay, so okay, a lot of people joined in. So let's start, everyone. So last week we started with understanding VMware, and we haven't been to any explanation today. We are going to learn what is ESXi, what is virtualization.
Assalamualaikum, sir.
Wa alaikum assalam, Zishan. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, sir. How about you?
वालेकुम अब्बास भाई अब्दुल्ला बात कर रहा हूँ
Very good, very good, excellent. Alhamdulillah. Good to see you all.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Naveen here. How are you?
Wa alaikum assalam. Wa alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum. Adnan bhai, how are you?
Very good, alhamdulillah. Excellent, Salim. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Alhamdulillah. How
Okay,
are you?
good.
Assalamu alaikum, Adnan bhai.
Walaikum assalam, Human. How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Very good. Human, you did the custom lab, but you haven't shared with me all of the screenshots. I mean, it's kind of, do you have another document to share or that is it?
Do you know what's the problem? Because my main documented was messed and I couldn't open it. When I worked with the team and just always copy of that one. For this reason, when I copy everything, I thought maybe everything is fine. But in the last minute, when I start to check it and send it for you, I find that, Word documented is corrupt.
Oh, man. That's hard luck, man.
Yeah, but I right now I remove everything because I start to work on the VMware.
Okay. Okay, no problem. As long as you did the exercise, because that exercise is very, very, very important. Okay. So everyone, let's start. Let's start with VMware. In the last lecture, we had a very quick introduction to VMware, and VMware
Adnan bhai, is that
yes,
possible? I have something.
yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, Adnan bhai, I'm really confusing because if you never mind just general explanation for us regarding VMware, where we gonna use, why we have a VMware, and what's different between VMware and Hyper-V and those applications we working on the previous lecture. Because I'm just confusing what is that and what we gonna use that one. And because we have client side, we have Esxi, what's the meaning of that, kind of like that. If we have some introduction for that, I think for me at least is going to be clear, because I'm still confusing which part of the IT we use the VMware for and for why.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? I still have to go through that introduction. Homan, we haven't started VMware yet, so today consider it first lecture.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Adnan bhai, and
Yes, please go ahead.
the labs which you gave us to follow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did that as well, but still there are confusions doing this, and I faced a lot of difficulties following that lab. But once again, because this is the kind of new thing for us, so we really need some explanation or in detail something about that.
Of course, for sure. Yes. That lab was just a warm-up exercise. Okay, so it's we haven't started VMware yet. So today it's officially we are starting, and I'm gonna go from 0 to hero level.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Okay, I'm just setting up my machine here. Just a second. Oh, okay, everyone. So let's begin. Uh, yeah, Ijaz and Saif is not here. I'm not sure why. So Naveed asked a question. I think actually they did the certification. I think they'll be joining in off and on when the advanced concepts comes in. Probably, I would assume that. So guys, what we need to do today, we need to start VMware, and VMware is a very important training. VMware is a crucial training. Everything starts from virtualization. So today we are going to understand VMware right from the depth where it is required. The current version of VMware vSphere that we are working is version 7, and I'm going to explain what is this all about and why we are learning this. So so right from the beginning, I would say I would request everyone to start taking notes, and notes are very important for this training. Okay, so starting with understanding VMware in our environment. First of all, virtualization. Virtualization is a very important concept that we need to understand right from the depth, and why we have to go through this training instead of 742. So we planned right from the beginning that we will complete three Microsoft training: 741, 740, 741, 742. and we changed 742 to this training. And this training is more important. This training is more important, more job focused. 742 has some chapters. We kind of extended 741 and included important chapters from 742 as well. So you have all of the server knowledge now. We haven't missed out any important thing that is required within the server's introduction. So today what we are starting with, VCP. So first of all, VCP stands for VMware Certified Professional. So this is, we already know, stands for VMware. Where is it? So VMware Certified Professional.
Sir, I have a question if you don't mind.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So, sir, pen is easy for you to write, or if you just type it, it's easy for you. Whatever is easier.
Yeah, typing is good too. Typing is good too, but I cannot make any diagrams in typing. But typing.
Okay, whatever you prefer.
Okay, yeah, that's a good suggestion. That is a good suggestion. So let me first explain this, then we can type, okay? So guys, what we need to understand, first of all, this is VCP is VMware Certified Professional. VCP certification is not a new certification. It's been there for last 10 years. It is required in the market for many job requirements, and VCP certified because VMware, the other reason why virtualization, and this is all focused on virtualization. And virtualization, why virtualization is important, because all the clouds are made of virtualization. So all types of clouds are made of virtualization. So Microsoft Azure is made of virtualization, and then plus AWS is made of virtualization. So all these cloud platforms are made up of virtualization. Okay, so let me start typing here for you. So first of all, the training is VCP. VMware Certified Professional. VCP is a certification from VMware. The company called is VMware. This certification is all focused on virtualization. Now, virtualization is important because all of the clouds are made up of virtualization. So front end it is cloud, and the back end is all made of virtualization. So that's why virtualization is important. But virtualization is virtualization is of many types, but there are three major types of virtualization that you will see in the market. So types of virtualization. And so for the first very important type of virtualization is, first of all, what is virtualization? Virtualization, any physical device as a software, when you use any physical device as a software, that is known as virtualization. So a quick definition of virtualization is, so So this is, I mean, this is my own definition. You can find different definitions of virtualization in the book, but this is a very, very simple definition of virtualization. Any physical device when used as a software is known as virtual device. So for example, telephone that we use or the smartphones that we use, there is a virtual form of a phone as well that is known as VoIP phone, voice over IP. So you can use a virtual phone as well. Nowadays, most of the companies are providing, they're not providing a landline. Basically, they are providing internet phones. So internet phones, so I would say telephone and VoIP phones. Telephones and VoIP phones is one example. All of the companies are not saying that when you get their internet, high-speed internet, they would also provide you a virtual phone with the software that you can run on your phone, smartphone at home, and they provide a telephone type device, which is a virtual phone. So that is one example. Second example, and there can be many, many different examples of virtual operating system. Now, when it comes to virtualization in the industry, you will find many types of virtualization, and the types of virtualization is so the types of virtualizations are as follows. Number one, servers virtualization. Servers virtualization. Second one is application virtualization. And the third one is desktop virtualization. So these are all different types of virtualization that are available, but there are other virtualizations as well that are used in the market. So servers virtualization is basically provided. So these are all three different types of virtualization. Servers virtualization, we are not using physical server, but we are using software servers. So physical servers. Physical, instead of physical servers, we use software servers. And these software servers are known as virtual servers. So these software servers are known as virtual servers. So how many types of virtualizations are there? Mainly major virtualization are servers virtualization, application virtualization, and software virtualization. And software servers are known as virtual servers. And how many companies are providing this type of virtualization? Many, many companies are providing. Among those companies, three major companies are at the top that provide this software virtual servers virtualization. So number one is Microsoft. So number one will be Microsoft. Second one will be VMware, and third is Citrix. So these three companies provide servers virtualization. Now, in these three companies, they have three different products that are used for servers virtualization. Microsoft provides two products for virtualization. Number one, Hyper-V, and number two, SCVMM. So Hyper-V is that product with which Microsoft provides virtualization, and SCVMM is that product with which they provide virtualization. So SCVMM is SCVMM is System Center Virtual Machine Manager. And just like, so this one, so two products from Microsoft and two products from VMware. So two products from VMware, and that two products are VMware Workstation and secondly, it is vSphere. VMware vSphere. VMware Workstation, so these are both software that provide servers virtualization, and VMware Workstation we already know, we already use it in our labs, and VMware Workstation is a product that is used for test lab purposes or training purposes. So VMware Workstation, this is why we are using VMware Workstation, which is this product right here. So the one that where we create virtual machines and work with virtual machines, and we can make a complete lab of virtual machines. So this is what VMware. So VMware Workstation is one of the product of VMware company, and this is used for test purposes and training purposes. Whereas, so this product is used for training purposes. Whereas their second product, which is vSphere, is the main product that they use for for enterprises and for the business purposes. So this is, so this is used in, vSphere is the product that is used in business and enterprises. Okay, so now there are two different type of, Microsoft has two products, which is known as Hyper-V. Hyper-V you have already installed in the server. So Hyper-V is a role. As soon as you install a role, and we remember that you can create VMs inside. And just like Hyper-V, their enterprise level product for Microsoft is SCVMM. SCVMM is that product that is used for virtualization. I would recommend for you to watch quick, maybe 2 or 3 YouTube videos on SCVMM.
So can I ask a question, please?
Yes, please go ahead. Keep asking questions. You don't have to ask me.
Okay, sir. Like the VM look and operating system, and like the vSphere, they are exactly the same as a workstation, like look wise and
The interface wise. The
yeah,
interface wise.
yes, yes, and same with the SCVMM.
No, they are different. They are different. So both are different. SCVMM. This is why I'm saying you have already seen Hyper-V,
Yeah.
but you still have to see SCVMM. So just watch 2 or 3 YouTube videos on this. Just understanding what is SCVMM. Basically, it is just a server's virtualization technology. Okay. Okay, so I mean, so here VMware is mostly used. So VMware is VMware Workstation that you have already known for. Now, why am I saying watch YouTube video on this? Because you don't need to learn this as a full-fledged training, because SCVMM is not used as compared to vSphere. So vSphere and SCVMM are on the same level, whereas Hyper-V is also used for production, but Hyper-V without SCVMM is not used in large networks. So wherever in the large network there is a deployment of Hyper-V or Microsoft servers virtualization, they use SCVMM with Hyper-V. Okay, so this is why I'm just saying, just watch 2 or 3 YouTube video, make maybe 9 or 10 points by the next lecture. And so just you should have a knowledge, you should see that how does it look like. Setting up SCVMM is not that important. VMware, on the other hand, VMware Workstation, we have already worked on. And so based on our virtualization definition, what is the virtualization definition? Any physical device when used as a software is known as a virtual device. So virtual device is any device. So for example, telephone as VoIP, and just like physical servers. So we're not using physical servers here. In VMware, we are using these virtual servers. So what is this virtual server? This virtual server is basically a software running inside. I mean, there is no physical server attached to this. I mean, there is a physical server, but this server that we are using, for example, if I start this server, this is totally a software. So this is why it is known as virtual server. So VMware provides 2 types of servers virtualization. So we are under servers virtualization. One is VMware Workstation, which is used for testing and training purposes. Second one is VMware Vsphere. So vSphere is used for business and enterprise networks. So wherever you go, wherever VMware you will find in organizations, they will all have vSphere as their enterprise software. So this is their enterprise software. This is just for testing and training purposes. Next one is Citrix. Citrix is a huge big in servers virtualization as well, and their product is known as Zen Server. So their product is known as Zen Server, and this product is used. This is Zen Server is exactly the same thing as Hyper-V, vSphere, and Zen Server. They are all the same product, but they are from different companies. Now you might ask that which one is most important, which one is mostly used within the organization. So I would say vSphere is the one that is mostly used in most of the organization, and the reason is that vSphere started early. They were pioneers in servers virtualization. Their product is expensive, and then the second company that runs that is famous with virtualization is Microsoft with their SCVMM and Hyper-V, and third one is Zen Server. So Zen Server does not have that much market share in Citrix in server virtualization, but Citrix is famous in application and desktop virtualization. So Citrix is famous in both of them. Microsoft and VMware have their own products in application virtualization as well. So I would say so all 3 companies have their products in application virtualization, and all 3 companies have their products in desktop virtualization as well. But I would say in servers virtualization, VMware is at the top, and then second one is Microsoft, and third one is Citrix. Okay, so you already know Hyper-V, you work with Hyper-V. Hyper-V, you need to install a role, then you install a set of VMs. That is what Hyper-V is. SCVMM is their enterprise level console that connects to Hyper-V and provides virtualization. VMware provides 2 types of servers virtualization tool. One is VMware Workstation. Second one is VMware vSphere. So nowadays, so from now on, whenever somebody asks about vSphere, vSphere is basically VMware enterprise level server virtualization product. So and with that, we also need to understand that there are 3 different type of virtualization. Number one is server virtualization. Second one is application virtualization. And third one is desktop virtualization. So these are different products from Microsoft. So in this training, we are focusing on server virtualization with VMware vSphere. So servers virtualization with VMware vSphere. So in many companies, most of the companies, I would say 80% of the companies, they are running VMware and Microsoft, whereas maybe 10 or maybe 20 or even less percent of the company are using Citrix for their servers virtualization. Most of the companies you will go to, either they are running VMware or they are running Microsoft. So, but VMware is still at the top of the list. VMware is a bit more expensive as compared to Microsoft, but still it is because they started early. They have a lot of market, and they are very stable as compared to Microsoft. So wherever VMware is running, it's running in a very in a stable shape, and as compared to Microsoft. But Microsoft Server 2016 and 2019, they are also providing some, they are also provided excellent features within their new products. Okay, so going back to server virtualization, guys.
So, sir,
Yes, go ahead.
question arises, if this one is expensive and Microsoft is cheaper, but the programs and abilities to perform anything are the same. So why companies use expensive one?
Yes. So it is, I think this is mostly because of the quality of the product. So number one, quality of the product. The quality of this product is excellent, and the companies only go for Microsoft where it is necessary, and plus. So I'll also I still have to explain what are the benefits when company go for Microsoft and not go for VMware. So going back to your question, why would company go for an expensive product as compared to a cheaper product? The reason is the quality. But so quality and plus plus that and sometimes for companies quality is not an issue, they go for Microsoft. So I would tell you based on my own experience that all of the companies, they divide their server load in between critical servers and non-critical servers. So let's understand with an example, and this is a very very important question, and maybe in an interview they might ask you that we need to go for, we have both products, we can go for Microsoft, we can go for VMware, which product should we go for? So there, and I was asked this question few times in the interview, that why would you prefer Microsoft or on VMware, and why would you go for VMware if you're not going for Microsoft? So questions like these. So first of all, I'll tell you the reason why Microsoft is famous. Why Microsoft is famous, as they started late in the market. So VMware started early in the market. They captured a lot of market. Then why Microsoft also, now they are a second runner within this servers virtualization world. And the reason why they are there, and why they got into the market, and they are very close to VMware now, guys, because of their enterprise licensing. So I would say, so because of their enterprise licenses, so let's understand this point, guys. Microsoft throughout the world have enterprise licenses with large organizations. So large organizations are with Microsoft with their enterprise or volume licenses. So large organizations such as Bell, Dell, and all these big organizations, they have volume license with Microsoft. So for example, they bought like maybe 10,000 licenses upfront from Microsoft, and they get a lot of discounts. So the very first thing that Microsoft offers is that, so let's say a company bought 10,000 licenses from Microsoft, and all companies have like in bulk licenses. Companies don't go for one or two licenses or 10 or 100 or 200 licenses. They go for thousands and thousands of licenses. Why would they go for thousands of licenses, guys? Because all of the companies are using Windows 10. So all Windows 10 needs licenses, and all companies are using server 2012 to 2016. Other than that, all companies are using Microsoft other products like SQL, and there are many many other products. So for that reason, companies buy licenses in thousands or maybe in hundred thousands. So companies have these licenses already bought from Microsoft, and when Microsoft came up with server virtualization, they said, since you're already my volume license client, I would give you a discount on servers virtualization. So this is how Microsoft started getting into the market. And when companies compared their server virtualization against VMware virtualization, there was not much difference. So I am saying, as an architect, I know that there is a quality difference, but for a company, it's not a huge big difference. Why? Because there are VMware admins, there are servers admin, there are virtualization admin are already handling their environment. When I say there is a quality difference, meaning that it might take, both of the systems are providing virtualization, but it doesn't mean that Microsoft is not up to the game. So when I say it's a quality difference, whenever something goes down in Microsoft, it will take maybe 2 hours to fix. And first of all, they won't in VMware, it doesn't go down easy because it's a quality product. Number two, if it goes down, it's a machinery, it can go down, but it can be fixed within let's say 1 hour. So it's that type of a difference. Otherwise, for large organization, it's not a huge big difference. But on the cost wise, they were getting a lot of discounts from Microsoft. So this is where companies started getting into Microsoft licenses. So Microsoft gave them huge discount to their volume customers on servers virtualization, saying that, you are already my volume customer. On servers virtualization, I would provide you huge discount like 50% or 60%. So this is why companies started going into Microsoft servers virtualization. Now, going back to that question, that why would companies still choose VMware when they get a cheaper product? And it's by the way, it's not very cheap. It's there is a licensing cost, but as compared to Microsoft, it's a lot cheaper. But companies also realize that VMware is still basically a quality product. Now, I've seen both products working within the market, with their critical servers hosted in VMware, with their non-critical servers hosted in Microsoft. So most of these companies would run both of the virtualization software together within the market, and some companies would go with only VMware, and some companies would only go for Microsoft. Okay, so that means that Microsoft got the market because they already had thousands, millions of clients all over the world, and they are still providing licenses. So, for example, I'll give you just one example. One example is Microsoft says, and we already know that since we went through Server 2012 and 16 training, that Microsoft is saying if you buy their data center license, Server 2012 data center license, then you will get unlimited VMs on that server. So unlimited, so which means that with their data center license, with one data center license on that server, if you can install 40 VMs, all that 40 VMs have Server 2012 or 2016, there no license required for all of them. So this was a huge, for companies, they're saying, okay, so if I go with one server, one data center license, and one data center license is anywhere between $3,000 and $4,000. So, and companies were thinking, now we don't have to pay for servers, the VM licenses inside that one server. So that was a huge marketing pitch for Microsoft that attracted many, many companies. And now many companies are using Microsoft. Whereas if you go with one vSphere server and you install 40 servers inside vSphere, then you'll have to pay for all the 40 servers. So now the bottom line is, yes, so there are three famous companies within the market for servers virtualization. And those three companies are Microsoft, number two, VMware, number three, Citrix. And for Microsoft, there are two products from Microsoft for servers virtualization, Hyper-V and SCVMM. And there are two products from VMware, which is VMware Workstation and VMware Vsphere. VMware Workstation, we are already expert of VMware Workstation because we made many VMs, and we are working on VMware Workstation, and it is only used for testing and training purposes. But VMware Workstation does not have enterprise level solutions, enterprise level features. So that we will learn in VMware Vsphere. So, and the third company is Citrix. Citrix has a product for server virtualization that is known as Zen Server. So, and among all of these, the two important companies that are famous throughout the world for their servers virtualization is Microsoft and VMware. Among them, VMware is topmost, and second one is VMware. Okay, just a second. I received a message from Usher that I think Usher is not in the WhatsApp group and always he misses the notifications. So I'm just replying back to his message. Just give me a minute here. So Alamgir, is that answers your question?
Yes, sir. But still, asking answer of your own question that in an interview, if they ask that which virtualization you will prefer to install, so what should be the answer?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's yeah. I'll just answer that. And I am just replying back to Usher because he's waiting and I'm not receiving his request. Um Okay, so everyone, we started with virtualization. These are very, very important concepts, and so bear with me. There is a little bit of theory to understand here. So starting with first one, today we are learning about VCP, which is VCP, which is VMware Certified Professional, and this is VMware's product. This is a part of virtualization, and there are many different types of virtualization. Three major type of virtualization is server virtualization, application virtualization, and desktop virtualization. And so the desktop virtualization, guys, other than that, there are some other virtualization as well. So there is a storage virtualization. There is database virtualization. So these are all different types of virtualization. So guys, these virtualizations, they come with time. I mean, once you work on them, basically these virtualizations are for storage professionals. The people who are managing storage, they are storage specialists, they can go for this virtualization. And there are some other people that are database virtualization, and there are some other types of virtualization. The virtualization that concerns us as a cloud admin is servers virtualization. And servers virtualization is vSphere, working with vSphere. Now we have already seen that how Microsoft got into the market because they had huge customer base, and they provided them huge discounts on virtualization. And this is why they are also now they are on the second place within the servers virtualization market. Now going back to that question that which product to choose. which product to choose when it comes to servers virtualization. So there are two things. There are two. So it depends on the type of company and the type of company and what do you want to go, which product do you want to go for. And there are many different factors which you can decide that which product is important, which product is good for this company. So for example, a smaller company can easily decide that they cannot afford VMware. So smaller companies. So smaller companies can go for SCVMM because they won't be able to afford virtualization. And smaller companies, what do we mean by smaller companies? Smaller companies mean if they have servers anywhere from 20 servers 200 servers for 20 to 200 servers. So maybe they can actually 200 is more, maybe 20 to 100 servers. They can easily decide that they can go for Microsoft server virtualization because they can get huge discounts in them and they can still benefit from the same feature what VMware is providing. For the larger companies have both choices. But larger companies can go for VMware and or Microsoft. Now, how would they decide that which product they can go for? Now, even larger companies, they have they are different in their IT budget. So even larger companies, some larger companies have smaller IT budgets. So for example, I would say Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons is a very large company, but it is a franchise company. Okay, so Tim Hortons, they don't spend a huge they don't spend huge amount on they don't spend huge I mean Tim Hortons being you can say not exactly an IT company. They are basically a food company, and not even one company. It's a huge big one company, but then they have many franchise throughout the world, which means that a company like Tim Hortons, they don't have huge big, they don't need a one huge big IT department, because all of their coffee shops or coffee chain are franchises, and most of the franchises they deal with their own IT environment, IT infrastructure. Probably if it's a big Tim Hortons, if it is a big coffee shop, then they would install their own server, their own Active Directory, and maybe they won't even go with Active Directory, just one server, two POS, point of sale system, and that's it. So Tim Hortons being a huge big company, but their IT environment is small, they don't need to spend a lot on VMware. So maybe they can go for Microsoft in going there. So when it comes to which product to choose from, at the moment, I would say that it won't be a decision that you will be making maybe in 5 6 years. It's mostly a decision of, and even it's not my decision, it mostly a decision of management working with Microsoft sales team and VMware sales team, and they would see the budget that even said, let's say VMware is saying we will install 5 Hyper-V servers, or VMware's team is 5 vSphere server against 5 Hyper-V servers. They would see the cost, they would see their IT budget, and then they will go for it. So the question, which product to choose from, this will be purely a management decision based on many different factors, cost, like cost, like budget, their IT environment. So like IT environment. So in general for a very large environment, you might see both of them. You might see only Microsoft, or you might see VMware. But why VMware is important? VMware is important because most of the companies where you go to, their environment is moving from, they have VMware environment for large organization, and it is important to understand. Okay, so so that goes for which product to choose from. Both products are important and both products are give and take. Here I just wanted to add just one more point on this, and that is that how this product is deployed, how these products are deployed, you might see in the market. So how these products are deployed, most of the places you will see that critical servers are hosted on VMware and non-critical servers are hosted on Microsoft.
So what does mean by critical servers and non-critical servers?
Okay, I'll explain that. So critical servers are mostly those servers that are directly connected to revenue. Okay, critical servers are considered those servers that if that server goes down, the revenue will be cut off. So let's say a web server for eBay. So eBay website, the main server where you connect to, if that server is down for eBay, then definitely nobody will be able to connect. Okay, so critical servers, I would say, that are directly linked to revenue. So for example,
Thanks.
web server, you're most welcome. Web servers, you have ATM machine servers, bank teller servers, call center servers. So medical application server, guys, these are all those servers that are directly connected to the revenue. If this server goes down, the revenue will be affected, and it will be affected not by the hour, but it will be affected by seconds. If this server is down for, let's say, half an hour, it can affect that company might get a loss of huge big revenue. And non-critical servers are those servers with which if the server goes down, it doesn't matter. So you can fix it. I mean, they are important servers, but you can fix it in time and they won't affect the revenue. So for example, non-critical server would be a print server. Now, print server, if the print server goes down, the worst will be the people won't be able to print, it is not directly related to a revenue. So a print server, it could be maybe back end. It could be a file server where you have files and folders for the company, and like these servers. So and this is in general, guys. So what was the question? The question is how these products are deployed. So so critical servers are mostly deployed on VMware, and the non-critical servers are deployed on Microsoft. And that makes only sense because it's a non-critical server. You're hosting it in a cheaper solution, but it is providing the enterprise level virtualization. Whereas VMware is a stable product, a much better product. It is expensive, so your critical servers are hosted in there. But guys, this is in general. You will find that, but you will find also companies that are completely using VMware for their everything. Now, VMware also provides discounts on their licenses, just like Microsoft. So for many companies that are working with VMware for a longer period of time, they provide them discounts, maybe comparable to Microsoft as well. It might not be as discounted as Microsoft, because you cannot compare Microsoft because Microsoft has servers throughout the world. So the amount of discount Microsoft provides to their customers, their large customers, no other companies can compete to this. And this is the same reason in Azure as well. In Azure, they also captured the market because they had huge customer base and they provided huge discounts on cloud services as compared to AWS. So just like Microsoft and VMware are huge big competitor in servers virtualization, exactly in the same manner, Microsoft is a competitor of AWS in the cloud market. So the way Microsoft was catching up in the market because of their huge discounts. Okay. So guys, with this, this is a quick understanding of virtualization. So how many things do we know of for now? In virtualization is a very, very important product, guys. The training that we are learning is a very important training for our, for the job market. And this is why I selected this training. And remember that we need to be an expert of this product at the end of at the end of this training. So labs are very important, concepts are very important, and these are very, very important concepts. So next time when somebody asks you how many types of virtualization are there, your answer will be there are many types of virtualization, like servers virtualization, application virtualization, desktop virtualization, storage virtualization, database virtualization, and other than that there are few other types of virtualization, but the most important are three types of virtualization. Number one is servers virtualization. Second one is application virtualization and desktop virtualization. I hope everyone that you are repeating this with me. You're not just sitting back. You're not just listening. You're not being very comfortable. You're not being I know everyone is sitting in their comfort zone here, and so it is a kind of a difficult situation in learning as well. I mean, you're all spending taking out time for this training, and guys, trust me, this training is very, very important. So each and every word that I'm saying, you need to if not, you can take notes of this, each and everything that I'm saying. Number one here. Number two is that try to make yourself uncomfortable. So how can you make yourself uncomfortable? Ask me a question. Turn on your mic, ask me a question. Even if you don't like to ask a question, ask me a question. Get out of that comfort zone. I don't mind asking. You can ask any question, but if you're taking notes, if you're able to understand, that will be my goal for this training. Okay. So now that we understand what is virtualization, so virtualization in terms of definition, any physical device when used as a software is known as a virtual device. And so as you can see, servers, physical devices, we are not using a physical server. Physical server will be known as a host, and on that server we have many maybe 40, 50 servers installed on that one physical server. All those servers will be known as virtual servers. Same goes for applications as well. Applications are hosted directly on physical servers, but in application virtualization, application will be packaged into a software, into a further software. You don't require that. You can move that application from one place to another. It is known as application virtualization. So at the moment, don't focus on this application virtualization, but this is another type of virtualization which was important a few years back. At the moment, since due to cloud, there is kind of I would say the application virtualization market is not as big as it is a big market though, but it is not as big as for us cloud admin and system admins. It is not as big as the cloud market. So this is why in these training, before I used to add Citrix in my training. Now I'm not adding Citrix. I replace that with the cloud technology. Second one is
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, you finish first and then I'll ask.
Okay, so the last one is desktop virtualization, everyone. Desktop virtualization is, what is that virtualization? Your Windows laptop is converted into virtualized client machine. So now with desktop virtualization in companies like IBM, so I worked for IBM like for 10 years, so in companies like IBM and large companies, all the client machines are now provided as a software. Okay, so this laptop provided as a software machine is known as desktop virtualization. So desktop virtualization is Windows is a client machine virtualization, application virtualization is a software virtualization, whereas server virtualization, instead of a physical server, we're using virtual servers. Yes, Wasim, you can go ahead.
Uh, Sir, let's see medium enterprise. Let's talk about medium enterprise. There are 100 virtual servers. For 100 virtual servers, how many physical servers we need?
Yes, for 100 virtual server, how many?
Virtual servers, how many physical servers we need?
Right. So normally, I mean, so there are tools that we use to basically calculate this. There are tools that we use
Mhm.
to calculate this because, these 100 servers that we need to virtualize might be some servers are big servers, some servers are small servers. So for example, if it is a web server, it might be it just requires maybe one CPU and maybe
Mhm.
2 GB of memory. But a large server, let's say an Exchange server, might require like 40 GB of memory and 2 TB of storage. Okay, so so in order to calculate that 100 servers, how many physical servers are required, that requires complete analysis and planning and design. So there is not one, we cannot just overall I can say 20 servers in that situation, just a very general, I mean, I'm giving you a very high level 10,000 foot view of
Mhm.
answer, type of answer. It is like 20 virtual servers per one physical server.
Okay. Okay. Good to know. At least
Okay.
I have a
Yes,
conclusion.
so
Thanks.
that's the thing. But again, based on the type of servers, type of application, it might be different, and there are tools that we can use that can analyze all this. Okay. Faz asked a question, if I can explain desktop virtualization. Guide, is desktop virtualization is nothing but desktop virtualization is nothing but virtualization of Windows 10, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10 client machines.
So we already have VMware workstations on which we run Windows 10 client machines. Are those examples of desktop virtualization?
No, no, no. So it's not that. So it's a good question. That what is a desktop virtualization? I mean, in terms of understanding that how what is a desktop? Because we all use laptops, and laptops are physical machine. How is it virtualized, guys? What happens is that I'll give you an example. In IBM, what they do, they provide a dummy laptop. They provide a normal laptop with Windows 7. So they provided, I give you my example. So they provided me a laptop with Windows 7 at that time. Okay, but that laptop had nothing inside it, only simple Windows 7. And then I used to connect to IBM network and then connect to my virtual desktop. So meaning from that laptop, I need to log into IBM network and connect to virtual desktop. Now, connecting to virtual desktop, that virtual desktop was hosted on a physical server, and all of the employees' virtual machines are connected to, all the users were connected exactly in the same manner to a virtual desktop. Now, what is the advantage in this? The advantage in this is this virtual desktop is more secure because it is sitting inside IBM's network and no one can have access to this. Number two is that wherever you are you're connected from a hotel, motel, you're anywhere in the world, you will have to connect to Microsoft Virtual Desktop. Number two. Number three is that whenever there needs to be a patches or security patches needs to be installed, Microsoft doesn't have to inform us. So IBM doesn't have to inform us. IBM doesn't have to wait for us. All they need to do, they will just go patch all their virtual desktop within staying in IBM. Next day when we log into our virtual desktop, it will be a patched machine. So there are many advantages of desktop virtualization. So the question that you asked, that how is it desktop, how is it virtual desktop when we are logging in from a laptop? So you can think of this Windows laptop as a dummy laptop. It's a dummy PC that is provided, but the real desktop was sitting in IBM, where I need to log into a virtual desktop, and virtual desktop was more secure, automatically patched, and so it is more secure, automatically patched, and it is inside IBM network. Okay, so this is an advantage of online. This is what desktop virtualization. Okay, guys. So moving ahead, today we are learning servers virtualization, guys. Servers virtualization, understanding these concepts are very important. And in companies where you go to, their critical infrastructure might be sitting in VMware, and their non-critical servers sitting on Microsoft. But this is, don't take it as a hard and fast rule, guys, because some companies would have all Microsoft virtualization in them. Some companies would have all Microsoft, and some companies would have all VMware infrastructure. All VMware infrastructure. Okay, excellent. So guys, now we know what is virtualization, and now we know how many companies are providing virtualization, number two, and so how many types of virtualization is there, and number three, in servers virtualization we are focusing today. We can see there are three companies: Microsoft, VMware, and Citrix. So three companies, guys. The reason why I would just repeat this information and again, because I want you to become a teacher. I want you all to become a teacher and teach it to someone. Teach it to someone for your own sake. So once you teach it to someone, just call a friend, call the group, and bring them on your own expense in Tim Hortons. Sit there and just explain everything to them. Trust me, this is the magic that can make you master. Okay. Okay. So virtualization is there. So today what we are learning is virtualization with vSphere. So now let's let's come to our main subject. Virtualization with vSphere. So vSphere is that, I mean, when the first time I heard this name, it was a bit of a strange name for me, and I said, vSphere, what type of name is this? But guys, remember that this is a very important name that can make you that can attract a lot of good contracts for you. So vSphere is that software. vSphere is an enterprise level servers virtualization software.
Adnan bhai, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Could you please explain regard the I think, could you please go up a little or go down? Maybe I missed some part.
Okay.
It was part of storage virtualization and database virtualization. Do you have any sample for that?
Sample meaning like a quick definition?
No, just because as you know, in the data center we have storage. But I'm wondering to know if we're gonna go to the virtualization, what is that? Is gonna be again like server? We have Vsphere or we have something else?
Okay, good. Okay, it's a good question. So what is storage virtualization. Okay, I would do this, guys, everyone, and it's a very good question, Human. Later on in your spare time, guys. So whatever things that you don't understand and you need more explanation here, just type what is storage virtualization and examples. So this will give you. I mean, I would ask everyone to make 2 or 3 liners of everything in the notes here. This will give you a lot of knowledge here. So storage virtualization, and that, as you can see, these are storage virtualization technologies here. And in the cloud, we will touch them. And even in this training, we will work with the storage virtual storage as well, which is called OpenFiler. OpenFiler is that software that is used for storage virtualization, and for database virtualization is there, but our focus is not there because we won't be handling these products in the real environment, because these are handled by specialist admins. Okay, so for storage virtualization, I would say the example would be OpenFiler is one example. And for database virtualization, there are cloud virtualization. In the cloud, you have in Azure, you have database, virtualized database, also in so MySQL, and there are a few other examples. But at this point, I would say you don't have to go there. Does that answer your question, Human?
Yes, Adnan Bhai, thank you.
Okay, good. So guys, here, if we look at this, so virtualization that we are working on is vSphere software virtualization. vSphere software, so which is basically known as vSphere, VMware vSphere. It is enterprise level server virtualization software. It is enterprise level server virtualization software, number one, and vSphere has different versions. So vSphere versions. So vSphere versions are their vSphere started with version 3.x, 3.x long time back. That was upgraded to 4.x, and that was upgraded to 5.x. Which means, and please guys mute your mic if you don't have a question. If you have a question, by all means, you can open your mic as well, unmute your mic. So guys, now vSphere started with 3.x version, then it upgraded to 4.x version, then it got upgraded to version 5. Then that version 5 was upgraded to 5.1, and that got upgraded to 5.5. Faz, can you mute your mic, because I'm hearing my voice back. Thank you. So 5.5 got upgraded to 6. And 6 dot upgraded to 6.7. And now latest is 7. And why do we need to know that, guys? We need to know that for interview purposes, that it is coming a long way. vSphere comes in all these 3 different versions. So it is important for you to understand that you might be in a contract where you need to upgrade from version 5 to version 6.7, maybe version 6 to 6.7. And there are some requirements there. Later on, there is a chapter where we will be discussing the upgrades as well. At the moment, we just need to understand that it came in all these 3 versions. The other type of versioning is that this vSphere came in two different types. vSphere came in 2 different types. Number one was called Esx, and second one was called Esxi. So Esx is that version that was older version. So it is older version, and it got deprecated, or it got removed. It got expired. Got expired with version 5. With version with version vSphere 5. So when 5 was released after 4.x, 5 was released, this ESX version was expired, and after that it was only ESXi version. But with version 5 and 5.1, there was some older version where they both worked together for some time. So ESX and ESXi. So ESX and ESXi worked together for some time, and finally ESX got removed. The major difference between ESX and ESXi, we just need to remember the difference. We don't need to learn ESX because ESX was removed. The major difference was the use of CLI on the server. So here,
Sir, when it was removed, when the version 5 were released?
so it was removed, I think, after version 5.5 or 6, probably. I'm not 100% sure, but it's not important to know. But you do need to know that ESX existed for some time. So as first time ESX was introduced in version 5. So ESXi was introduced in version 5. Then for in 5, I think, and 5.1, both existed. You can go for ESX and ESX. And from version 5.5, it got completely removed. So I think that is how it is. But for interview purposes, you should know about this because they might ask you questions around what do you know about ESX and ESXi. So ESX was an older version. Now ESXi, you can remember this from iPhone, iPad, and anything that starts with I. I is the latest version. Whenever it says ESXi, that is the latest version. An older version is removed. So the major difference that you need to remember, and there were some differences, but the major difference that you need to remember between ESX and ESXi was the use of CLI directly on the ESXi host. So it was, with ESX was considered as, guys, this is a very, very important difference, and I need your attention, everyone. I need your attention on this. And I need your attention on this. So what is the main difference between ESX and ESXi? Guys, ESX was a heavy version. It was a bit of a heavy, and in order to make it lighter, what they did, they removed a lot of things from the ESX host, which means that when you log into ESX host, there was directly so it is made up of an operating system. Basically, all the software are made up of an operating system. All of all the hosting software is made up of all operating system, but ESX had a CLI directly on the server, which means when you log into ESXi host, so for example, if I am here and I go to ESXi host, this is my ESXi host, and I will show you what is the proper way of installing ESXi host. So this is ESXi host starting up. This host, as soon as it starts, directly on this server, there was a command line interface, like you've seen that in a core server. So on a core server, you can see that there is a command line interface, and directly you can run commands on this. But guys, on ESXi version, there is no command line interface now. It is a very light version. As you can see, it starts in seconds. It takes less than a minute to start. And in order to make it lighter, what they did, they removed the CLI from this. Now on this server, there is no CLI. But there is only some configuration that you might have seen. If you have followed the video, you can set up IP address. You can do small little configuration, but there is no command line interface on this.
What is CLI?
CLI. So anyone in the group, can anyone say, tell me what is CLI?
So it must be a command line, right?
Yes, CLI stands for command line interface. So there is GUI, right? There is GUI, which is graphical user interface, and CLI is command line interface. So command line interface where you can only run commands. Okay, so like in a core server, it only has CLI, right? So on the core server, you don't have mouse movement, you cannot click somewhere. On a core server or a nano server, both have command line interface. You need to remember commands, then you can do it. So can anyone tell me what was the command to configure the core server? There was one command that is easier to use on a core server that can configure a lot of things. So again, the question is, what was the command used on core server to configure the operating system, like IP address, name of the server? There are many commands, but there is one command that was used.
IP config.
No,
As
there is a command.
So what's your question?
Sconfig.
config or something.
It was sconfig, I guess. Sconfig,
Yeah,
ms
yeah.
Yes,
config
sir.
or
Yes,
sconfig.
config, yeah.
You can change converter name, domain name, and other information through sconfig.
Exactly. But it was a command line interface. Okay. So so that's a command line interface. So guys, the big difference between between ESX and ESXi, number one, ESX was an older version. Number two, got expired after version 5 or 5.5. So, and then the major difference, then they both work together for some time, and now it is completely removed. So you won't see ESX after version 6. Definitely after this, there is no ESX version. It's only ESXi. The major difference was that it is now lighter. It was heavier. It was heavier OS. And ESXi, it's a newer OS, number one. It's lighter version. It's lighter version, faster to start. And now they are actually trying to make it even more smaller. So now it can fit on just a USB drive, a very small drive. It can take maybe 100 or 150 MB, and complete operating system is there. Okay, so one more time, guys, today we are learning VMware vSphere. It is an enterprise level server virtualization software. It came in many different versions. vSphere version started with 3.x, 4.x, 5, 5.1, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 6.7. And this is the version that we are learning now. And now 7 is out as well, but there is no certification. The certification that you need to go for will be 6.7. And the certification of VMware doesn't expire. Once you are VCP, you will remain VCP, and this will go on with you. And many companies would require this certification to get more and more discounts from VMware. So sometimes company would hire you because you are a certified VMware professional. You have that ID. They will use your ID with their company name, and they can get discounts. So this is why whenever they hire VMware or virtualization admin, they would prefer a person that has virtualization knowledge and also certification. Okay, so ESXi is that version. Okay, so next question is that what is ESXi is made up of? What is vSphere ESXi? I mean, what is the operating system of ESXi? Guys, operating system of ESXi is Operating system of ESXi is, so nowadays they don't show that it's a CentOS operating system. Before in version 5, 5.1, 6 version, they used to show it right here on the screen. Here it's just saying VMware ESXi 6.7, VM kernel release build number this. And this is version 7, VMware version 7.1. Okay. Okay. Somehow Usher is saying that he's not able to join in and he was waiting for the invite. And I don't have an invite here. I don't know where he's logging in. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
The vSphere and ESXi are two different things or the name of the same thing?
vSphere and ESXi are exactly the same thing. It is the same thing. So vSphere is their main product, whereas ESXi is their enterprise level server virtualization.
Okay.
Sir, I sent you, like I sent on the WhatsApp the link. You can paste him. Maybe he's going on the wrong link.
Okay, I think he's logged in now. He is logged in now. So it was a right link. It was not showing here. I just refreshed the participants and I think Usher is logged in now. Sorry about that, Usher. It was kind of maybe a glitch in Zoom and it was not, your invite was not showing up, but so that was the issue. Okay, so guys, the next thing here is what is the operating system of vSphere ESXi? The operating system of vSphere ESXi is vSphere ESXi is CentOS Linux. So it is Linux operating system. It's a Linux OS and type is CentOS. CentOS, so Linux has many different type of flavors, many different type of operating system. It has Red Hat as Linux, it has Debian Linux, but the operating system that ESXi is using vSphere 6.7. We are using 6.7, the operating system is Linux CentOS. So that's the operating system. This is the operating system. Guys, number two, we also need to understand that there are in virtualization. So definition of virtualization, we already know that any physical device that is used as a software is known as virtualized device. So virtualization types. So there are two types of virtualization. Number one is type 1 virtualization. So before that, virtualization and any server on which virtualization is enabled is known as hypervisor. So any server where virtualization is enabled is known as hypervisor. Is known as hypervisor. So the server where virtualization is enabled is known as hypervisor. So hypervisor so which means that we have VMware Workstation installed on our laptop. So our laptop is a hypervisor too. So in other words, hypervisor is a machine where you can create virtual machines. Hypervisor So hypervisor is a machine where we can create virtual machines, which means that our laptop is a hypervisor too. Hypervisor, and the software we are using for virtualization is called VMware Workstation. So we are using VMware Workstation. So any machine on which we can install, on any computer where we can install virtual machine is known as hypervisor. Guys, hypervisor definition is very important. So, so our laptop is hypervisor because we are using VMware virtualization. For hypervisor, the important thing is a long time back, not all of the laptops were hypervisors. Virtualization was not enabled on all of the laptops. But nowadays, virtualization is enabled on all of the laptops. Now, what happens in an hypervisor? Hypervisor basically is a software in which you can divide, you can slice CPU and memory and give it to other resources. So here, hypervisor. With hypervisor, we can slice, we can divide CPU and memory into divide into other resources. So I mean, normally when on a laptop, when you don't have a hypervisor, CPU works for everything within the all of the software within the server. So now let's see the difference between a hypervisor and so different between a hypervisor here. So let's say.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, which one is the most common software? OS, I mean, Red Hat or CentOS?
Yes. So it's a good question. Guys, everyone, the question is Linux. Linux has many different flavors. It has something called Red Hat. It also has Debian. It also has many, many flavors, guys. So the people who are Linux expert, they would know, but as being on the cloud side, I do work on some of the flavors, but I'm not a Linux expert. But there are many different flavors, and one of the flavor is CentOS. CentOS version, so this is the version that works for ESXi host. So ESXi host, host, which is a hypervisor, is basically used for ESXi. So the question that Alamgir asked, which one is the most famous version, or which one is most used in the market? So guys, so to answer this question, they all have their own features, their own applications. So Red Hat is a famous version. Red Hat also comes in a free version and enterprise level version, same like other Linux versions. But here for this training, we are only concerned with CentOS, which is Linux CentOS version, because ESXi host is installed on this version. Just like Hyper-V. Hyper-V. If somebody asks you what is the operating system of Hyper-V, what would be your answer, Alamgir? What is the operating system of Hyper-V?
For Hyper-V, it's VMware, right?
No, Hyper-V. What is the operating system of Hyper-V? Hyper-V, remember Hyper-V?
Yeah.
So what was the operating system of Hyper-V? Yes, Asher answered the question. It's Windows, guys.
Windows.
Remember that without Windows Server, you cannot install Hyper-V. So for that reason, so the operating system of Hyper-V is Windows Server. Without Windows Server, you cannot install Hyper-V. And same like this, the operating system of ESXi host is Linux CentOS. So Linux CentOS is the operating system of ESXi host. So if somebody says Linux CentOS is an operating system for vSphere ESXi host. So ESXi host. Can you install Hyper-V without a Windows Server, Alamgir?
No, sir.
No, right? So for that reason, the operating system of Hyper-V is Windows Server, and operating system of ESXi host is CentOS, Linux CentOS.
And
Okay.
what about Red Hat? For which does it support ESXi too, or it supports something else?
No, no,
Red
it
Hat.
supports something else. So the Red Hat and Debian, they are different operating system. They are not used by ESXi host.
But they are Linux, but they support something else, right? Both
I
of
mean,
them?
they are normal operating system. They have databases. They have just like Windows. Only Hyper-V is the software that can be installed with Windows. But for ESXi, the ESXi operating system is CentOS. Okay, now hypervisor. So we were working with hypervisors. Why we are with hypervisor? Because virtualization, where the server where virtualization software is installed, is known as hypervisor. Hypervisor is a server on which you can create multiple virtual machines. So I would say, let's say I have a server on which so servers, we know that on servers there is a CPU, there is RAM, there is disk, there is network card. So all these three make up of a server. So it has a CPU, it has a memory. Remember, right from the start, we started understanding this. Then the server has a disk as well, and the server has also a network card. So NIC stands for Network Interface Card. Zishan, what NIC stands for?
Yes, sir.
What is NIC stands for? NIC.
Network,
Net, internet card.
network
Internet card.
identification.
No, it is.
Network.
Yes, yes. Help him, everyone. Okay, anyone else? Salim, can you tell me what is NIC stands for?
It's for interface card.
Network
Internet
interface
card.
card. Yes.
Yeah, network.
So it
Network
is
internet card.
network interface
Card.
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 Okay. So write it down, everyone. From the beginning, I asked you everyone to create at the end of your notes, make one page for acronyms. So this is an acronym. What is NIC stands for? So Salim, I'll ask you a question. What is CPU stands for?
Like central processing unit.
Thank you. Central processing unit. Guys, be ready. I'll ask questions to everyone. So central processing unit. And Wasim, can you tell me what is RAM stands for?
Read access memory.
Random access memory.
Random.
Sorry,
Very
random,
close.
random access memory. Yeah.
Random access memory, very good. So now we know CPU, RAM, and everything, network interface card. And I will keep on asking again and again and again, so that in interviews it flows like, I mean, it's very natural, everyone. It's very natural, everyone, because most of us sitting here, it's the first time in the life we are starting with IT. So, and it's very natural that it's not flowing at the moment, because it's a new technology for all of us. So please, we are all in the learning mode. So if I ask you a question, don't be shy. Just whatever comes into your mind, just say it, and then we will correct it if it is wrong. If it is if you already remember it, that is excellent. So NIC stands for Network Interface Card. Number two, CPU stands for Central Processing Unit. RAM stands for Random Access Memory. And Faz, what is VCP stands for?
VCP.
Yes.
VCP.
Okay. VCP stands for Naveed. What is VCP
Virtualized
stands
player.
for? No. Naveed, what is VCP stands for?
VMware Certified Professional.
Yes.
You told in the beginning.
Yes.
It's a certification.
It is VMware Certified Professional. Okay, guys. So this
Ron
leads.
to
Sorry, sir, I was totally confused. You just
Excellent.
mentioned it in the
Don't worry,
beginning.
guys. Don't worry, guys. I spoiled my students. I keep on talking and talking and talking and talking, and my students just keep on listening and listening and listening and listening. And when the brain is set automatically on a cruise control, just keep on listening. So from now on, our strategy is talking. I'm talking, and you should be talking too. Okay, so keep on taking these notes, and I will be asking everyone, we need to be on our toes in this training. In this training, in the next training, guys, we need to compete with thousands of IT professionals. So I'm sure that once we reach there, everyone will be ready, inshallah. Are we ready for this, guys?
Yes, sir. Inshallah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Inshallah.
Excellent, excellent. Right. So just before going for the break, I'll just take 5 more minutes and
So
complete.
one
this
quick
content.
question, sir.
Yes,
If
please
someone
go
is,
ahead.
so if one is certified VCP, VMware certified professional for 6.7, so if the version 7 is in the market, then he does not need to give another paper.
No, doesn't. I mean, so once you get a good contract, I would say just spare 10, maybe 5% of that. Maybe sometimes just 1% of your all salary for reserve for certifications. Maybe 2%, 3% salary just reserved for certification. Keep on doing certification. I mean, it will be easier for, I know that at the moment it might be a bit difficult to go spend money on this since we're not getting anything back at the moment. But once you are in the contract, spare like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% for certification and upgrades, because that definitely helps. Okay. Okay, guys, we'll be going for a break in like 5 minutes. Before going for a break, let's quickly understand what is hypervisor. Guys, hypervisor is basically a hardware layer in the computer. So hypervisor, it's basically a hardware layer. So what is a hardware layer? So in a computer, remember that on a laptop and on a server there are all these four important things: CPU, RAM, disk, and NIC. What are these four things? CPU, RAM, and NIC, and disk. With this, everything works. So the operating system on this computer, so we install operating system on these. Can you use your laptop without an operating system? No, you cannot. You have to, when you buy a laptop, you have to have either Windows 10, Windows 8 inside a laptop. If you use a server, you need to install server 2012, 2016 on that server, then you can use that server. So operating system, and operating system is that software that can use CPU, RAM, disk, and network card, and the main board and everything. So what happens is, normally by default, this operating system takes charge of the complete hardware of the server. Guys, what are we trying to understand, guys? We are trying to understand Hyper-V. I need your complete attention here. We are trying to understand what is a hypervisor. Hypervisor. So the word hypervisor. Hypervisor is a word used when we slice these CPUs. So before, let's see what is without hypervisor. Without hypervisor, a computer is that all the software within the computer are using the using CPU, RAM, disk, and NIC equally. So what is on the server and an operating system that can use these all things equally? So there are, first of all, operating system needs CPU. Then there are other applications that need CPU. What are the other applications? Then there are games on the computer that need CPU. Then we use internet on these desktop or a server that needs CPU. So these softwares are equally using CPU and RAM. This is known as non-hypervisor system, where all these software equally use a CPU. But guys, the same computer becomes a hypervisor when what happens is the same computer becomes an hypervisor when this CPU is sliced into a different operating system. So let's say a same server, if I need to install a virtual machine, now a virtual machine is a complete server inside a server. So let's say this is a VM. Now this VM has to have its own CPU, its own memory, its own disk, and its own network card. Whereas your computer also has the three things: CPU, RAM, disk, and network card. And the VM that we create, it has to have its own RAM, CPU, disk, and network card. Now the software that can provide this type of facility is known as hypervisor. So first we install hypervisor. So the software that can provide this facility in which you can create different type of VMs and then provide them their own CPU. Let's say this is the second VM, and on the second VM, it has its own CPU, its own memory, its own disk. This type of facility will be provided by hypervisor. So, so in that definition, so hypervisor, what happens is hypervisor will look like this on a server. So you get a new server, and what happens is the underlying hardware is the same, which is CPU, RAM, disk, and network card. And what happens is when we install a hypervisor, what it does, it creates a hardware layer. It creates its own hardware layer in between this, and it takes charge of CPU, RAM, disk, and network card. And this software will be known as hypervisor. With this hypervisor, the main quality of this hypervisor is that now this hypervisor can take a bit of a CPU and then give a CPU to this machine, and then take a bit of a RAM and give a RAM to this VM, and then take bit of a disk, bit of a network card, and can give it to this VM. And same goes for, since this is a hypervisor quality, when you create a second VM on this, the hypervisor will do this. It will take a slice of CPU, slice of disk, slice of the RAM, slice of the network card to this virtual machine. So guys, this is what hypervisor does. Hypervisor's main concept is that it can slice CPU and give it to this machine, slice of RAM, give it to this machine, and this is why it is known as. So now, based on this quick understanding, both Hyper-V and ESXi host are hypervisors. So if somebody says, what is the example of hypervisor? The example of hypervisor will be the examples of hypervisor are, number one, so VMware, and in Microsoft. So in VMware, Workstation is hypervisor, and ESXi, Vsphere ESXi is hypervisor. Vsphere ESXi is hypervisor, and in Microsoft, it is Hyper-V. Hyper-V is a hypervisor, and SCVMM is not a hypervisor. Basically, SCVMM is just a management software. So SCVMM is not hypervisor. Microsoft has only one hypervisor, which is Hyper-V is used, and Hyper-V is the same one used for test lab and the real environment as well. Whereas VMware has both same products, which is one is called Workstation, the other one is called Vsphere. Workstation is used for test and training purposes, whereas Vsphere is used for enterprise level purposes. Your question might be, can we use ESXi for test lab? Can we use ESXi for test lab, everyone? The question is, can we use, I don't want to use Workstation. I just want to use Vsphere as a test lab. Yes, guys, you can use Vsphere ESXi for test lab if you're ready to spend $5,000 on a testing. Because ESXi is not a free product. Here you need to spend $5,000 and then you will get Vsphere. And do you want to use it for the test lab? No, I don't think so. So for that reason, Microsoft VMware provides this cheaper product, which provides virtualization. And the cost for this is around, I think, $350. So the license cost of this product, the product that we are using here, I think that product is provided by the license key. I think that can be found on the internet. But if you go and buy this product, the product is around anywhere from $250 to $300, and that doesn't provide enterprise level virtualization feature, whereas ESXi, which is around 5,000 in cost, that provides enterprise level features. Okay, so from this slide, we understand that hypervisor is a software that can slice CPU. If you can remember this diagram, make this diagram, everyone. So a server without Hyper-V will look like this, where CPU and memory is used by all these applications. Whereas with Hyper-V, what happens is it creates another hardware hypervisor layer within the server, and it can slice the CPU and give it to this virtual machine. So this is one virtual machine, this is second virtual machine. So this is VM1, and this is VM2. And hypervisor is that software that can take the CPU and RAM from these from the host memory and give it to these different VMs.
So, sir, it means that any of the server or the computer cannot be a hypervisor until and unless we will not download the VMware or the Hyper-V.
Exactly. Very good
Right?
understanding. Yes, very good
Yeah.
understanding. Any server is a simple server. It's not a hypervisor unless you install Hyper-V on this, or you install Workstation on this, or you install ESXi on this. So otherwise, it's just a normal computer that can work for all of the software and operating system. Very good understanding, Wasim. Good. Guys, just 1 minute for a break. And here, I just wanted to taking this 1 minute here, and I just
One
wanted.
second, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
So that means the hypervisor is not a computer, but it's a layer on the computer.
Exactly. It's a layer on the computer. And once that layer is installed on any computer, desktop, server, supercomputer, a very slow computer, it becomes a hypervisor.
Sir, also, I need to clarify, any virtual machine, any virtual server created in the server, that is also hypervisor?
No, no. So hypervisor will be the software in which you create that virtual machine. So, Zishan, I'll ask you a question. In which software you create a virtual machine?
Sir, VMware?
Yes. So VMware is a hypervisor.
Okay. Right.
And Adnan, hypervisor share the resource for all the servers.
Yes. So hypervisor is the one that shares all the resources among different virtual machines. Okay, so guys, hypervisor is of two types, type 1 and type 2, and it is time for a 10 minutes break, everyone. Let's take a quick break, freshen up, move around, maybe just freshen up however you can, and right after the break, we will start again. Welcome back after the break, everyone. Please type yes in the chat window if you're present. Okay, excellent, excellent. Very good. Okay, so just before the break, we were learning about hypervisor, guys. Hypervisor is of 3 different types. So let's quickly recap in 5 minutes and take these 5 minutes just to review what we have covered. Number one, so be ready with your mic on, everyone. So Salim, what is VCP stands for?
What's your machine certified professional? All virtualize.
Are you looking at the screen, Salim? Look at the screen.
Yeah, yeah.
So what is it?
So what's your question, sir?
What is VCP stands for?
VCP stand for
Look at the screen. Look at the screen.
yeah, or virtualization certified professional.
No. Okay, what is this on the screen?
Yeah, like VCP, VMware.
VMware certified professional.
Yeah, VMware.
VMware certified professional. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. And Alamgir, can you read this one-liner on the screen?
Yes, sir. Virtualization. Any physical device when used as software is known as to be virtual device.
Virtual device. Excellent. Very good. So any physical device when used as a software is known as a virtual device. Okay. So just looking at the screen, I have Faz. How many types of virtualization do you see on the screen here?
The kind of virtualization: application virtualization, server virtualization, and desktop virtualization.
Okay, very good. So in server virtualization, Naveed, how many companies are there in the market for server virtualization?
There's Microsoft, VMware, and Citrix.
Okay.
3 companies are providing virtual machine solutions.
Okay. Excellent, excellent. What are the 2 products of VMware, Zishan?
Yes, sir. Sir, VMware Workstation and VMware Vsphere.
Excellent, excellent, very good. So a VMware Workstation, VMware vSphere. Okay, and going down here, and we have VMware, then vSphere. So what is the latest version of vSphere, Wasim?
There's 7.
Version 7. And what are the versions that we are learning?
6.7 and 6.7. That's it.
6.7. Excellent. Very good.
Yeah.
And what are the 2 types of vSphere, Human?
It's gonna be Esx and Esxi.
Excellent. Very good. And which one is the older version? Which one is the newer version?
Esx is old one and Esxi is new one.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Ashish, you're very quiet. What is the operating system of vSphere 6.7?
Linux CentOS.
The Linux CentOS. Excellent. And what are the other versions of Linux?
Debian, Kali, Red Hat,
Debian,
Ubuntu.
Okay, very good. Ubuntu as well. Excellent, excellent, very good. And excellent, guys. So this way we are going to have more and more interaction. So hypervisor is a software, and that is used for virtualization and hypervisor. So the software, the hypervisor that we know of, hypervisors are Hyper-V from Microsoft and
Sir, Hyper-V is a
hypervisor from Microsoft.
I know, but sir, is it first class or second class? Because, uh,
Yes, so I'm going to go there.
oh,
Hypervisor is of two types. One is type 1, the other one is type 2. Type 2. Guys, the difference between these two is that type 1 hypervisor, in type 1 hypervisor is installed directly on the server. So type 1 hypervisor installed directly on the server. Directly on the server, or it can be installed on bare metal. Which means that type 1 hypervisor doesn't need an operating system, full-fledged operating system layer. So type 1 hypervisor is directly installed on server and it can be installed on bare metal. ESXi is a type 1 hypervisor. So type 2 hypervisor needs an operating system to be installed. It runs on top of operating system.
so sir, Microsoft's VMware is type 1.
No, Microsoft Hyper-V is a type 2 hypervisor, but they call it type 1. Okay, I'll explain that, but let's first see type 1 and type 2, and then I'll give you an answer to your question. It's a good question. So type 2 hypervisor requires a software operating system to be installed, and it runs on top of OS. VMware Workstation is type 2 hypervisor. VMware Workstation. So VMware Workstation, in order to install VMware Workstation, everyone, we do need a Windows operating system. I mean, this software that you see right here, this software on which we are working, this VMware Workstation software cannot directly be installed as an operating system. So that is why VMware Workstation is a pure type 2 hypervisor. It's a pure type 2 hypervisor, whereas ESXi host can be directly installed on just like Windows. You take Windows CD and you install it, you insert it in a server, and Windows will be installed. So just like that, ESXi comes in a CD. You can directly insert a CD in a bare metal server, and it can be directly installed on the server. So Hyper-V, on the other hand, there are many discussions and debates going on that Hyper-V is type 1 and type 2. Microsoft claims it's a type 1 hypervisor, whereas Hyper-V you cannot install without Windows operating system. So first you will install a Windows operating system, then Hyper-V will be installed, right? You cannot directly install just Hyper-V. Now, the reason why Microsoft says it's a type 1 hypervisor, because now they say that if you install a core server and then install Hyper-V, then it becomes a type 1 hypervisor. Core server is a very small operating system, just like CentOS. CentOS, just like ESXi is installed with CentOS in the background. So in this background here, where we see this hypervisor, in the background, there is an operating system that is running ESXi. But now, since here, they started calling this directly VMware ESXi host. So it's a very small footprint footprint of Linux CentOS. Probably they might have, in this version, I'll double check that, they might have even made a complete operating system out of ESXi, but for a long time, it was just CentOS operating system. Even in documentation, it uses a very small footprint. So exactly like this, Microsoft says that when you use a core server of Windows, remember that core server is a very small Windows installation. On that, if you install Hyper-V, that becomes a type 1 hypervisor. So, with Hyper-V, and we can quickly check the latest information. So we can quickly see this here. Managing is Hyper-V a good hypervisor? Do I need to install this hypervisor? So what is hypervisor? Types of hypervisor, and here Hyper-V is saying what type of hypervisor is 10 Pro? So let's quickly look at this here. And here they are saying that it is a type 1 hypervisor. It loads first and loads the host OS, which is special type of virtual machine that works hard hand in hand with the hypervisor handle to the hardware. Okay, so we'll take this for interview and purposes. We'll say that Hyper 1 is a type 1 hypervisor. For interview purposes, just remember that if they ask what type of hypervisor is Hyper-V, it's a type 1 hypervisor. So VMware Workstation, on the other hand, is type 2 hypervisor. Now, getting back to the definition, so hypervisor is of two types. Number one, type 1, and type 2. The only difference between is that type 1 hypervisor is directly installed on the OS, and you don't need anything extra on this. Just like VMware Workstation, first you install Windows and then you can install VMware Workstation, so it works on top of this. So if we can quickly look at this here, in this diagram, let's quickly make this hypervisor, which is type 1 and type 2. So type 1 hypervisor is when you have a server or a laptop. Here, type 2 hypervisor. So you can directly install hypervisor. So you just use ESXi CD into this server, and directly ESXi is directly installed on this as a OS, and it becomes a hypervisor. Where type 2 hypervisor, first you install Windows operating system or any other operating system on this machine, and then inside you will install VMware Workstation. That will become, so this is inside, this is VMware Workstation. So this is type 2 hypervisor. So guys, if you can remember this picture or make this picture in your rough notes, you will never forget it. Okay, type 1 and type 2 hypervisors. So type 1 and type 2 hypervisor, is the difference clear, Alamgir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Naveed, is the difference clear between type 1 and type 2?
Yes, sir. Obviously, because in type 1 you have to install Windows first, and then you can work with hypervisor. But in type 2, you don't need any Windows operating system.
Excellent. Very good. Very good. So very good, everyone. And now let's see. So before we can start installing this environment, we'll start preparing our environment. Let's understand just few more concepts, and then we'll spend our time in the lab and configuring our first ESXi and host and Windows machine. So if you already have ESXi host, it's fine. It's fine. Just leave it there. Here, I will just show you how to install it.
Namba, I have a question before we continue further.
Yes, please go
what
ahead.
I want to ask is that in the custom lab, we worked on Hyper-V, but we didn't work a lot on Hyper-V due to our machine specifications.
Right.
But the question which I want to ask you that we install Active Directory and we install roles. So in the same way, in Hyper-V, when we create servers actually, do we work in the same way as we are doing in the virtual machine, like installing roles or working with the client's information, all these tasks?
Sorry, I lost your question. Can you just summarize the question again? Sorry about that.
Okay. Like, let me make it easy. Like in Server 2016, we learned how to create or how to work with Active Directory, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, what I want to ask you that while working in Hyper-V, we are creating servers in servers. So what I want to ask you that working with Active Directory or installing roles or grouping policies, do we have to do the same thing in Hyper-V as well?
So, I mean, in order for configuration.
Right. That is
Yeah.
correct.
So Hyper-V configuration is no, the one that you did is what Hyper-V is. So all you need to do is to add the role, and then once the role is installed, and you open Hyper-V Manager, and within the Hyper-V Manager you start creating VMs. And once you create a VM, it will start working. Then later on, the administration that you need to do in Hyper-V is make sure that VM is working fine. It is connected to the virtual switch. And so this is just a basic administration of Hyper-V. But on enterprise level, we connect Hyper-V with SCVMM. SCVMM is another software. And here in ESXi, you will see a comparable software that is known as vCenter. So vCenter is equal to SCVMM. So everything that we do in vCenter, that is everything that you need to do in SCVMM. So I will keep on comparing both of them so that it can give you a good idea. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, there is some configuration on enterprise level, yes. Okay, guys, we are moving slow on this, and I want you to understand all these concepts. I know everyone is here, and okay, so we have some time here, and I want this all information that we are learning today on our fingertips, everyone, because this is a very, very important information. So now what we are doing here, we were seeing that Hypervisor 1 and Hypervisor 2, and here, yes, so the server on which, before we can jump on the lab, the server on which there are two things in virtualization world. In virtualization, world, there are two important components to start with. There is something called a host machine, and the second one is virtual machine. So host machine is always the one, host computer is always the one on which virtual machines are hosted. So host computer or host server, it is a server on which we have virtual machines hosted. So this is having VMs. So that means that our laptop is a host machine. So laptop on which we are working, because on our laptop, we create many virtual machines. Remember that on our laptop, we create many virtual machines. So our laptop is a host machine. So next time if I say, what is your host machine? Host machine is that computer on which we install VMs. And exactly in the same manner, host machine is the one, ESXi server is a host machine as well. ESXi server is a host machine. And same like this, Hyper-V is a host machine as well. Hyper-V is a host machine, and virtual machine is a virtual machine. The server that we create inside, so this will be the server that we create inside the host machine, the server that we create inside inside the host machine.
So this server will be called host server, sir?
So yes, so our laptop will be called host server, and the ESXi host that we will create, and inside ESXi host we can create VM. So ESXi is a host machine. So always the host machine is the one in which we create virtual machines.
Oh,
Sorry, sir, one confusion. Can you please go back to the previous slide? Okay, so this type 1 installed directly on the server. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yes, so the type 1 hypervisor is the one which installed directly on the server without Windows.
Yes, it will be a host machine.
It will be a host, and type 2 is the one which requires operating system on it.
Even that will be a host machine. Both are host machine because
Okay.
we can create VMs on them.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
so
Thank
these
you.
both are host machine. Just like when you invite guest at home. So who is the host, the guest or you? Definitely the guest.
Right, right. Okay.
No,
No, if I'm inviting guests, then I will be the host for
yes.
sure.
So I'm saying that when you invite guests, the guest will be the host.
Right. No, if I'm so if I'm inviting guests, then I will be the host.
Yes, exactly. So exactly in that manner, everyone, the host server will be the server having virtual machines. So VMware Workstation, wherever you install, that laptop becomes a host machine. So all of the laptops that we are using at the moment, everyone, is a host machine, right? So because all of them has VMs inside. So a server that does not have VMs is not a host machine. Okay, so host machine and VMware. So guys, in the lab, what we are about to do just now. So guys, so before the lab, what we have covered so far. So today, what we have covered is importance of virtualization. Number one, importance of virtualization, and we covered what is ESXi. We also covered what is hypervisor. So importance of virtualization, guys, importance of overall virtualization is huge importance. I mean, virtualization provides cost benefit. So what is the cost benefit it is providing? Does virtualization provide any type of cost benefit? Anyone?
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Obviously.
So,
Yes, sir.
Save your hardware
so give me a
cost.
reason why, what is the cost benefit?
With a fraction of cost of the physical machine, we can utilize the resources of hard disk,
Excellent. With one physical server, you can install 10
storage.
different 10 machines on that server. Very good, Faz.
And
Excellent. So secondly, it also provides speedy service.
those resources, we can have many virtualized servers. Sir. That's the most
Excellent. Very good, Faz. Very good. Second, it provides the speedy service. So what it will be the example of speedy service?
If there is any machine down, any like the it can be fixed right away because troubleshooting is easy.
Yes, quick troubleshooting, or
Yeah,
even creating a new server is easy, right?
easy.
So
Yeah.
in real environment, when you need to create a new server, how many things are involved? So first you need to buy a new server. Then you need to wait for the delivery, right? And once it is delivered, then you need to rack and stack it. You need to rack it, and then it will be installed inside so that is known as rack and stack. So first you need to wait for the delivery, then the rack, then the racking, then you need to install operating system, and that will anywhere take from the quickest it can take anywhere from 3 weeks to 3 months. So quickest it will be 3 weeks, because you need to basically the budget, you need to get the budget approved from the management, from the finance department. Then the budget is approved, then you will need to get quotations from different vendors. Then you will need to select the server, physical server. Would you need to go for a Dell server? Would you need to go for IBM server? Would you need to go for any other server? And then once decided, that will only take till deciding this from the finance department and everything will take 1 week. Then after that, maybe delivery might be 1 week. Then it depends on that version of server, Dell server. Is it available in this in our local store, or is it available somewhere else? So that can take another 2 weeks there. And then once the delivery is done, then somebody needs to go and rack and stack it. Then somebody needs to go and install. So it will take anywhere from 3 months. And how much time would it take to create a virtual machine? Maybe probably 3 to 13 minutes, right? So it takes that time to create a virtual machine. So it gives a speedy service, it gives cost benefit as well, and it gives fast maintenance. It's really easy to back up the server. So maintenance fast maintenance, like backing up easy, backing up, monitoring the servers. So all these benefits, guys, this is an interview question. What is the benefit of virtualization? Benefits of virtualization. And guys, this should be basically part of your practical experience, guys. I mean, cost, we can imagine that if you need to go and buy a new Dell server is anywhere from between new server, I'm talking about new server, not second-hand server. New server will be anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000. Whereas second-hand server, yes, you can get second-hand server for anywhere from $350 to goes to $2,000. But when these organizations go for these servers, they go for newer server. Nobody will risk their revenue generating applications for second-hand servers. So all the companies would go for these servers. So nowadays, virtualization is very, very important. So here, virtualization. Secondly, ESXi host, hypervisor. There are two types of hypervisor and all. So we know all this. Now we also seen the version of VMware ESXi host. Now let's see the installation. How does it work? So installation, install, and so guys, everyone, the training that we are doing, the name of the training is install, manage, and configure. Install, configure, manage VCP 6.7. So this is also known as VCP ICM training. VCP ICM training. So this is the main training from VMware, and it is required. This training is required in order to get a certification. Since install, manage, and configure. In order to install this environment, now what we are about to do, we will create two servers. So we will need two servers. One server will be Windows server, and the other server will be ESXi host server. So one server is Windows server, and the other server is ESXi host. Okay, so ESXi host server, we need a software called Vm Visor. So whenever you go to, so how many softwares are required? So for Windows server, we can work with server 2012. We can work with 2016. We can also work with Windows 10 as well. So it can, so the way we need to connect to ESXi host, it can be any one of these operating system. So, and the software that we need for our this complete training from on the server side, we need server 2016, server 12, and Windows 10. And from the ESX side, we need two types of software. One, we need Vm Visor, which is basically the CD of ESXi. This is a CD of ESXi host. And secondly, we need a CD for, we need an ISO for vCenter. So vCenter, we need this ISO and that ISO. And both of the ISOs I've uploaded within our drive. So if I can show you, you need to download both of the drives. Okay, let me quickly find that out.
Adnan, by for first, but if we need just one of them, with Windows 2000, Server 2012, or all three?
We need all three ISOs. So we need Windows. I mean, for the ISOs, we need all three ISOs. But to start with, we need one server and one ESXi. Okay, guys. So right here, this is the software, and we need to understand this software right here. Everyone is seeing the screen. Please type yes in the chat window if you're able to see the screen, everyone. Okay, good. So Zishan has typed yes. Naveed has typed yes. I mean, when I say type yes in the window, this is another way of just seeing that everyone is active here. Guys, remember. This is a great burden on me to get you in the job market. This is a burden on me, and I take it as a burden. I take it really seriously, and for that reason, I need your 100% attention, guys. Without 100% attention, it will be very difficult to get into the job market. For that reason, please don't mind if I keep on asking you, say yes, because this is for our own good. Okay, so yes, everyone is attentive, guys. If you're looking at the screen, everyone, and this is called VMware Vm Visor. So Vm Visor is a ESXi host, and this is important for the real life environment as well, because when you go there, you might have to install ESXi host, and then you will be given two CDs. One is called VMware Visor. Whenever it says VMware Visor, it is basically the hypervisor. So this is ESXi host version 7, and this one is ESXi host version 6.7. So these are both two different versions. We are starting with 6.7, and then we will move on to 7. So there is not much difference, but we need to work with both of them. And this one is known as vCenter. vCenter, you can say it's the management console of ESXi host. And I will explain what, there is a full chapter on this vCenter, so we don't worry about vCenter at the moment. But I want you to see that this is called VCSA, vCenter Server Appliance. So VCSA means vCenter Server Appliance. We will be using that to manage this environment. But for today's lab, we will install just one ESXi host, which is 6.7, and then we will install, and along with that, we'll install one Windows machine, and then we will manage it. We will create VM in this environment, and we will manage this environment. Okay, everyone. So what we need to do, first of all, if these two ISOs are presented to you in the real environment, you would say, okay, this is VM Visor, this is ESXi host, and this is VCSA, this is vCenter. vCenter is a management software. So it's a management software. So going back to our lab here, so the two CDs you need for this complete training are these two, VM Visor and vCenter. vCenter is a management software. When you have vCenter is vCenter is used when you have two or more or three or four, two or more ESXi hosts. If you have only one ESXi host, then you don't need vCenter. vCenter is only required when you have many ESXi hosts and you need to manage them from one console. So for example, I have only one ESXi host. So first of all, I will install this, and I can manage this from this Windows machine. So we will connect through a web client and directly connect to this ESXi host and manage it. So that's what it is. But if I have two or three ESXi hosts, so here I'm just giving you a very high level understanding of vCenter. When we have two, more than one ESXi host, and we need to manage them all from one place, then we use vCenter. So we create vCenter. Within vCenter, we connect to all of the vCenter and start managing them. And vCenter is not only to manage multiple hosts. So here I'm going to say multiple host management. It's not only multiple host management, everyone, it is also enterprise level virtualization. So here it provides high availability as well. It also provides enterprise level features as vMotion, DRS, and these are all of the things that we need to become an expert of. vMotion, DRS. So for now, we're not going into that discussion. What is vMotion? What is DRS? What is STRS? And there are a few other technologies as well. But vCenter is a very important part of any VMware infrastructure. So vCenter, and there is a special license for VMware Workstation. So each ESXi is around 5,000 in price, the license of each ESXi host. The one that we are using is an evaluation copy, and it's good for 30 days. After 30 days, it will be expired and these features won't work. And so we can install another ESXi host and work with that. But vCenter is a separate license. I think this is again a $5,000 another license for this, and this is yearly. This is yearly license. This is not just one for Windows Server. Once you buy a license, it is for good. So for the whole life, you have a license for that one is a Windows Server. But ESXi host, it's a yearly license. So once you have a license, you will keep on paying for this. When the newer version come, then you need to pay for the newer version. I think recently they have changed. They had made changes for their licensing policy, and I will share with you in few lecture what is their recent policy. But for now, just remember that if your company is interested in getting this, so they need to keep ready 5,000 for ESXi host, 5,000 for the server. They need to buy a server, new server, then license for ESXi host. And if they have all these, then you can multiply 5 into 4, so 20,000 for 4 ESXi host, and then 5,000 for this license. So this is 25,000. They can have one vCenter, 4 ESXi host, and for now hardware cost is not there. So 20,000 if each server is 5,000, so that is 45,000 of this 4 ESXi host, one vCenter. They can and in these 4 servers they can have like 20 VMs each, so they can have 100 servers within these 4 servers, one vCenter. Okay.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
So, sir, in terms of making host server, first we have to have a Vmsphere, and then
Vsphere,
ESXi,
yes.
and then Vm Visor. Is that correct?
So can you repeat your question, please, one more time?
To make the host server,
right,
first we have to install Vmsphere, and then ESXi, and then Vm Visor.
Yes, so let me correct this a little bit. So in order to install a server, all we need to do is get a new server. Okay. And all we need, so you get a new server, and then we get a VM Visor CD. So VM Visor, the software that I've uploaded, and the version that we will be working on, version 6.7. And this is basically a ESXi host. So this is known as ESXi. So if you ever need to install ESXi host, you would need this CD. Okay. So in order to install one server, we need one server. In the real environment, a hardware server. In our environment, we will create a VM inside VMware Workstation. So a server, and then this CD, once you insert this CD in this server will become ESXi host.
Okay, sir, can you go to your shared drive?
So I will jump onto my shared drive.
I have a little confusion here.
So right here.
Okay. So if you see on the top, it says My Drive VMware Vsphere 6.7 or 7, right?
Right.
And then at the bottom, you uploaded VMware Vm Visor installer, either 6.7 or 7.0. What is the difference?
Yes. So VMware vSphere 6.7 is the certification name. So this is the certification name, and VMware calls their ESXi CD as VM Visor. So VM Visor is just a CD name.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, but this is a good question. It might be a confusion for others as well, guys. Yes, there are some new terminologies and new things. Please bear with me. You will get used to them. Okay, so guys, here VM Visor is the CD name, but the main certification name is VCP. Guys, I know this is the first day and we are learning this lot of new things. I would humbly request that please review the notes once within the week. And once by the time we are done with 6 lecture, guys, this will be on your fingertips. This will be inshallah on your fingertips. Don't worry about this. It's a new technology. We're taking baby steps here, and we're not actually taking baby steps. I am trying to make important technology very, very simple, but I need your help. I need your help to review it once, and if possible, not if possible, it is required, meet once, guys. I know due to COVID, people are not able to meet together now. So be on the phone. Be on the phone and have one person explain, go through these notes. I will share these notes here. Guys, I'm making these notes for you. You should make your own notes as well. And one person on the phone, 4% in conference call, start from here. Okay, so as you're on the phone, you can say, how are you? I'm good. How is everything? So right after that few seconds of introduction, one person should start with point number one. VCP stands for VMware Certified Professional, then VMware, then virtualization definition is this. Have one person go for first 3 points, then the second person goes for second 3 points, and so on. However you want to decide it, guys, trust me, this will help everyone. This will help everyone. And plus a very important thing, that if you don't say it, guys, if you don't say it, the terminology the terminology will be very difficult for you to explain in the interview. So you must say the word, you must say the word correctly, pronounce it correctly in order to win the interview. So if you're saying virtualization, it's virtualization, it's not virtualization. And also wherever hypervisor, hypervisor is of two types, type 1 and type 2. So and this only comes with with discussions. And guys, I can tell you that my pronunciation is not good. It's not good at all. So, but this is not important. This is not important, but saying the word is important. Saying the word is important, even if words are, I mean, they're not in sync, but saying the words are important. And the only way you can win this is by discussing this. So tell me, any one of you, have you ever, so in the last 1 week, had you any been through any group discussions? Anyone?
I have a question.
Just before the question, let me ask this question, and I need answer for this. So have you
Sir,
guys been through any group discussion in the last week?
sir, me and Bhatti bhai every day spend almost 2 to 3 hours to do all the labs and discussions.
Wow.
Every day.
Excellent. Excellent. And I can see that. I can see that for you guys, it's like a breeze, but you, it's behind that. Why it's a breeze? It's behind that. It's your hard work. Hard work always pays off. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Wasim. Any other person?
So not this week, but last week, me, Ashish, and Dishan were together.
Okay, very good.
Over on the phone, yes, and we
Very
were
good.
discussing labs and other stuff.
Excellent, excellent. So you, Ashish, and Zishan are together. So
Right.
what about Wasim? What about Salim? Salim, are you meeting someone for this or no?
No, sir, I'm doing alone right now.
Okay, so Salim, we need to start working together. Human, Faz, Ashar, we all need to start working together, and Abdullah is here too. Guys,
And
are you? Yes, please go ahead.
sorry, I missed the name for Homan. Like I was with Homan for 3 to 4 times in a week as well.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. Guys, the purpose of this all is that I'm spending some time. This is not going wasted. It is very important for the interview purposes. We are very close to now getting prepared for the market. And I don't want to wait till the end. I don't want to wait till the end when I start asking you, prepare a summary and then present it to the class. I want you to start right now and explain it to others. So meet each other for your own sake, not for the group sake, not for the word that I'm saying here. Guys, here all you need to do is to say the word correctly and explain the concept to each other. Because in few months, essentially maybe in 3 months, you will be going for interviews. Maybe less than 3 months, you will be going for interview. Once we're done with Azure, we will change all the profile, and plus certification. We also need to go for certification. Everything needs to go hand in hand, everyone. So this week, I want you to meet again, and I will ask you before the next lecture.
So I was in touch with Alamgir Bhai, and he helped me a lot with the project. And before my computer crashed, and I was also in touch with I didn't remember his name.
Ashish.
No.
No, me, sir.
With whom Alamgir Bhai is in touch.
Okay. Very good. So we get the point, everyone. The point is open this document and explain everyone. Everyone needs to say this so that we can be more fluent in explaining that in the interview. Okay. So guys, let's prepare our lab. So in the lab, what we are going to do, I have one Windows server, and if you can follow me, there will be that is excellent. If you're not able to follow me, no problem. You can. I mean, it's very simple. I'm not doing something that you don't know of. You have already prepared ESXi host. So these are the steps I'm going to do.
Sir, can you please go back to your previous slide, sir?
Yes.
So this process is also called hypervisor, right? The ESXi host, this process.
So when on a server we install this CD, then it becomes
Okay.
a hypervisor. So this server will be hypervisor. Okay.
Right.
So
Right.
so this server is not a hypervisor; it's just a Windows server. Okay. When
Yeah.
we install ESXi, it becomes a hypervisor. Yes. Okay. Good. So guys, so the lab
Number,
installation.
could
Yes,
I
please
ask a
go ahead.
question? Number, just I want to make clear for myself. Right now we're gonna go with the VMware because we're gonna virtualization physical server on the on the server on the one server, and make it as a virtual setup. Am I right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And
That's correct.
and ESXi is as a software. On that software we install the virtual servers,
Yes.
and but on that server we need the operating system or no, like Windows Server installed first, or no, it's different technology.
No. So in order to make ESXi host, all we need is create a new VM and then insert ESXi CD. It will become ESXi host. That's it.
In the real work is like that too?
Real work is exactly like this. Exactly like this. So real work, the only difference will be that there will be a physical server instead of a virtual server. So in the real environment, you buy a new brand new server. On that, there will be a CD that you will use, or you will have ISO in a USB. You will attach it to the physical server, and then it becomes a ESXi host.
And also when you talk about the client, what do you mean for the client? Is like virtual, or like desktop, or like Windows OS 10, kind of like that when we see ESXi client?
Right. So guys, yes, this is a very important question, that what happens after once you install. So to answer this, Human, we will be connecting through the web client. So I will show you, we don't have to install anything on the server. We will just go to the IP address of ESXi host, and we will be connected to that. Okay.
What's the duty of that one, ad number? What they do client? When we talk about the ESXi client, what's the role?
Yes. So ESX is not called ESXi client. It's just called a web client. Okay. So look at the screen, everyone. So in the lab, this is what I'm about to do, and I'll answer Human's question with this as well. So I will create two VMs. One VM is server 2016. One VM is server 2016, and the other server will be ESXi host. Okay. So once you install ESXi host, and how do you install them? In both of them, we will use ISO. Here we will use ISO of server 2012, and here I will use the ISO of VM Visor. The ISO will be VM VM Visor 6.7. So here in both of them, once it is installed, this will become a Windows server, and this will become ESXi host. Now that both of the hosts are ready, now what should we do? So guys, in order to connect these both together, we need to set up IP address on both of them. So let's understand this. So first of all, we create two VMs. On one will be 2016. Second will be ESXi host. For this, I need 2016 ISO. Here I need ISO VM Visor 6.7 that we uploaded and you all downloaded. And the second step is now configure IP address. Okay, so we will be configuring IP address on both of them. So on this one, we will configure 192.168, let's say 100.50. And on this one, we will configure the same network subnet, and the IP address will be 60. So this will be 60, this will be 50. And then after that, the third is that we need to connect from here to this server to manage it. Because guys, on this ESXi host, there is no management can be done. So once this is installed, the only thing you can do is set up the IP address, or you can set up the DNS name or the name, or you can change the name of the server, and that is it, or you can change the root password. So on this server, we can, once it is installed, then we will log into the server, and then we will once we are connected, there are very few things that you can do directly on the server, which is you can set up IP address, number one, because without setting up correct IP address, you won't be able to connect to this server. So set up IP address. Second, you can also reset password on this server directly. If let's say you don't have, you want to change the password, you can reset the password. You can also set up DNS settings here, and that's it. Once this is all done, then everything will be done from the client side. So from here, Windows Server, why are we using Windows Server? Because we need to manage ESXi host from here. Because from here, you don't have any management. Once this is all installed, then you will have it, then you can manage it right from here. So what we do in order to connect from here to here, now guys, this is an important point. In order to connect from here, all we need to do, open Internet Explorer, and from Internet Explorer, we will type the IP address of this ESXi host. So we will say 192.168.10.60, and then we will connect to this server and then start managing it. So now, so in order to manage this server, create VMs, delete VMs, connect VMs, this will all be done from here. So once this is connected, once this is installed, the only thing we will do, set up the IP address, and rest all of the management will be done from here. Okay, so it's not difficult. It's just 3 different steps. First, we create this server, and then we manage it from this server. That's it. Okay, so now let's create this server. So I am going to create these servers, everyone. So right here, actually I have 2 servers ready, but I'm gonna create that for the sake of understanding. So I'm gonna just power them off. Okay, Windows Server, we all have Windows Server, right? So Windows Server, I don't need to create, I'll just create a ESXi host for you so that we can see, because Windows host, it will just take time to create a Windows host. Instead, I'm gonna use the same existing Windows host that I have. So Windows host is right here, which is server 2016. So the only thing that I need to do is create a ESXi host, everyone. So in ESXi host, everybody understands this step, these steps. Any questions about this step, everyone? If it is understandable, please type yes in the chat window. If there is any confusion connecting to this, just let me know. Just type in yes in the chat window if these steps are understandable. Very simple steps. Windows Server is already there. It already has an IP address. Then here on this server, all we need to do, I will use this VM Visor CD to install ESXi host, and that is it. Okay, and Faz is saying that you used the video IP address. That is fine as well. If you already have ESXi host, it's fine. But if you can create one with me, that will be excellent as well, just for the experience. So now I'm about to create a ESXi host. My Windows Server is ready. Windows Server has an IP address. So in the home screen, I'll go here. I'm creating a new ESXi host, and here I'll go and say create a new VM. And once the visit starts, the very first thing that I need to provide is ESXi host ISO. So in here, once I go here, it's the same CD that you have downloaded. So with me, I have this CD here in this path, and that CD name is VM Visor Installer 6.7. So on 6.7, we will go and install this. So here I need to name it properly. Guys, make sure that naming is fine. So here I'm just going to call this pass ESXi01. So everyone create this server with the name. I know that you have created already ESXi host, but create one and you need to share a screenshot with me. At this point, I think everyone should be able to create a server. I mean, we are all now professional professional in creating these servers. Yes, Ashish, you may ask a question.
So do we need to like install something specific on the 2016 server?
Oh, no, nothing. It's just a simple
So just a
server.
simple server,
You
right?
don't
Okay.
even need Active Directory for this. So
Okay,
just
perfect.
a simple server with proper IP address though.
So
Okay.
we do have to assign an IP and stuff like
Yes,
that to it. Essentially.
yes. So this server ESXi host I'm about to create, the scenario is your manager came to you and they said that create a ESXi host. We need to build 5 VMs. So we need to build 5 VMs in our environment and we need to build newly ESXi host. So you go to a server, a physical server, and you insert the CD, and you have already inserted the CD. Here we are creating a VM, and nothing special needs to be done. The basic this ESXi host, each ESXi host to start with requires 4 GB of memory. Less than 4 GB, ESXi host will not work. So you need to provide at least 4 GB of memory. And next, finish. So it will start the installation. And installation is really simple. It's not very difficult.
So how many processors, sir?
Processors, it requires 2. So by default, it automatically selected 2 processors, which is 2 virtual processors, since it is a hypervisor. So let it automatically select. So once you insert the CD, it will automatically select its recommended settings. Don't change those settings. So it has created this VM, and now I'm going to power that on. So once it powers on, it goes with the installation. It loads the ESXi files. And once it loads all of the files, it will ask us some basic questions like what is the language do you need? What are other few things about the disk, and that will go everything by default. And here the important thing is that it will also ask for a root password. So you need to provide a root password and you need to keep it in a safe location. Because why? This is an ESXi host, and ESXi host has VMs. Your very important company VMs are sitting on this host. So for that reason, you need to keep the root password somewhere safe. So this machine is starting up. So everyone, our server name is pass ESX I01. So you need to have this VM ready. How many of you are creating this VM, and how many of you are not creating this VM, and why are you not creating this VM?
Does virtualization need to be enabled on the 2016 server?
No, we don't need virtualization on 2016. Okay. So Abdullah is creating, Faz has created. I want you to create, everyone create this VM, please. So being created, very good. Excellent. So Ashish said it's done. So VM creation is done. It's just going on with this installation. So while this goes on with the installation, let's understand few more concepts here. So I'm going to come back to this. So the next step right after this will be to set up the IP address, everyone. So IP address setup is very, very important. So what happens is that when we create a VM, so here I'm going to say this is installation of ESXi host. And ESXi host is what? It's our server that's a carrier of all the VMs. So in this server, we will be creating more VMs inside. So this is a very, very important server in which we will be creating many VMs inside. And in real environment, you will see that there are many VMs created. So what's happening now, since it is hypervisor is being installed on this server, this ESXi directly controls the CPU. So it is directly controlling everything. It is directly controlling CPU. It is directly controlling the RAM. It is directly controlling the disk. It is directly controlling the network interface card. And when we create a new VM, it will divide that resources and give all these to the first VM, the slice of all these to the first VM. And same like this, when we create the second VM, then it will give the slice of all four services to the second VM. So we must understand that this will be happening once we create these VMs. So once the installation is done, so what was the installation? The installation steps were very simple. We created a VM, second, provide CD, provide ISO, and third, now once the ISO is provided, then we will complete the installation. Once the installation is completed, then we will configure IP address. Now, in order to configure IP address, everyone, we need to, first of all, once this is ready, then it will provide us the screen. On that screen, we need to press F2. Press F2. When we press F2, this will give us the configuration screen. So press F2 gives configuration screen. Configuration screen. So this will give us configuration screen. On this screen, we need to configure IP address. So here we need to configure the IP address. So remember the word F2, we need to press F2. I'm going to check the progress here. So
Sir,
guys, yes.
sir, if I have already installed, how would I get my login name, sir, in this?
Yes, so if you have already installed, then root
Yeah.
is the default login name. Root is the username and the password
Okay.
is the password that you set up.
Right. Okay, sir.
Okay,
Okay.
so
Understood.
always remember, guys, just like in Windows, the default administrator name is administrator, whereas on all Linux machines, the default administrator name is root. So on Linux machines, it's always be root. So guys, here, as you can see, this is VMware ESXi 6.7 installation. It stopped at this screen. And on this screen, all you need to do is follow the prompt. It's saying for cancel, escape, or for continue, you need to press enter and you need to click inside the window. And this is the license agreement. All you need to do, press F11 on this. Once you have pressed F11 on this, the installation continues. So once it is continues, it shows you the disk, that this will be the 40 GB disk that it will be creating. In yellow line, it's saying the disk capacity is 40 GB. We don't need to change anything. Press enter to continue. And here the keyboard layout will be US default. So we'll just, yes. So, and here is the important thing where you need to set up a password. This password should be having mix of characters, small letters, large capital letters, and some symbols as well. So once you set up the password, and remember the password, because it's not easy to recover the password, everyone. It's not easy to recover the password. Here it's saying, it's giving me a warning. Guys, warning is fine. It's saying the CPU in this host may not be supported in future ESXi releases. Please plan accordingly. So it's just saying that after ESXi 7 or 8, you need to upgrade this CPU. So it's fine. Warning is okay. If this would have been an error message, then that would have been showstopper, meaning I would have to upgrade my machine. So in this case, it's fine, no problem. To install, I need to press F11. And as soon as I press F11, the installation continues. And after a few minutes, it will be reaching this screen. So this screen will be here. So on this screen, so installation is going on. It will stop at this screen. And this is the main screen. This is the main screen of ESXi host. And guys, remember that on a ESXi host, you cannot do anything much more than just setting up IP address. And so why I am saying that you need to press F2, because if you scroll down, if you are scrolling down, the scroll bar is right on the, it's on the right side. And if you go down right here, it says F2 to customize the system and F12 to restart or shut down. So always remember, if at this screen, uh, always remember if at this screen you forgot, I mean, you need to restart or shut down the machine, press F12. If you need to go into into server customization, you need to go to F2. So Abdullah is asking a question. I have a situation where root password is not available for ESXi 5.5. Can you help with recover procedure? Abdullah, honestly, I'll have to check that out. And I don't know. I mean, fortunately, I've never been in that situation to recover that password, but I know there is a very difficult way to recover this password, and I can check that out. There must be a way, but I'll have to check that out, how to recover the password for this, for a server in 5.5. So if you had this situation, were you guys able to recover the password, or you were not? Because most of the time what happens is we will restore it from backup. So there is a backup happening. So we'll just restore it and use the old password for this. And passwords are managed in one location. So we can recover it in that manner as well. But I've never had a chance to recover from CLI. There is a CLI for this from the server side with which you can use and restore the password. Okay. So guys, here, in order to customize, so I'm right here on this screen, and here it's saying you can see the installation was really quick, and I can start. So once this comes back, all we need to do is configure the IP address. So there are a few things that we just need to do. First of all, create a VM. Secondly, provide the ISO. Third is set up the IP address. So in order to set up the IP address, everyone, just make sure your IP address is in sync with your Windows server. So this is my Windows server from where I need to connect. Now, why do I need a Windows server, guys? We need a Windows server because this is from where I need to manage this ESXi host. So my question to Salim is, Salim, can I manage ESXi host from the ESXi host?
Sir, I have a question before. Like I tried yesterday. I made like 3 server and the whole thing I installed. And the reason I called you yesterday, but by mistakenly I deleted. I thought you are making a new lab, so I deleted the all server. And now is the message is showing. I specified location appears to contain existing virtual machine having 2 virtual machine installed in the same location.
Okay, with the same name.
Yeah, same name. Yeah.
Right.
So I
So how
tried
do
to
you
make.
clean that up? So you're saying that how to clean that up?
Yeah, I thought you are going to make a new server and this, and so I deleted the like within
It's
like
okay. Yes.
yeah.
So Salim, you need to go to your My Documents and VMware virtual machine location. Do you know
Yeah.
where it is?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Do you know where it is? I mean, you need to go to My Documents and
Yeah.
VMware folder.
Yeah, yeah, I know that. Yeah.
So that location, in that location, you will see all the old VMs. All you need to do is delete those VMs from those folders from there.
Documents, right?
Go to Documents
Yeah.
and then go to Virtual Machines.
Yeah. Yeah, there is showing. Yeah. Yeah, I deleted.
Sir, I have a question.
Sir,
IP
how to install the IP address? There's no like, it's a kind of command thing, right?
I'll show you just a second.
Oh.
You suppressed Faz's question. Just a second, Alamgir. And Faz, there is a problem with your mic because when you start asking question, your voice dims away. So Maybe either you can take the
Can
mic
you hear me
closer to
now,
you.
sir? Can you hear me now? Hello?
It's a bit slow, but yeah, you can ask a question.
IP addressing seems to be the one we have
No, no, no,
installed.
no, 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 no. Faz, it's not working. Your mic is not working.
So, sir, I'm going to make a server like 2016, and like GB is showing 142. So I have to reduce it, like, or let it go like 142.
Um, why is it showing 142? You're making server 2016,
Yeah,
and
2016.
the GB is showing 142. By default, it shows 60 GB or maybe 40 GB.
No, yeah, I don't know. It's showing like one for even yesterday I made like
Okay.
was showing like 142, and then after that like the all like server becomes stuck. It's not moving. Like when I press F11, was not moving.
Okay, just a second. So you're saying your question is about ESXi host or Windows 7, Windows Server 2016,
No, first I'm making a server now, 2016.
2016. Okay.
Yeah.
In 2016, when you make a server, do you have to press F11?
No, yesterday I tried, but wasn't work.
Okay, okay, it's fine. First of all, how many VMs do you have in your environment?
I have just only one.
Just one. And you also deleted all the folders from
all,
VMware?
all, all the like I made like three servers. Yeah, the whole thing installed, then it wasn't work.
Okay, okay, that's fine. So create a new server 2016. And
Okay,
if it is showing 120, 140 GB, you can change it to 60 GB
sure.
and then install the server.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So Faz, you may ask a question. Okay. Faz, your mic might not be working. I would say just dial in from your phone in order to, I mean, it's better to ask a question verbally instead of chatting, but it's fine if you want to just type it in the chat window as well. But for the audio, use your phone to log in I mean, that will be excellent for the voice quality. Okay. So guys, here we are here. So the reason why we are installing server 2016 because we need to manage ESXi host. Now there is a technical thing that we need to understand. The technical thing that we need to understand, both of these servers should be on the same network. So first of all, both of these servers should be on the same network. Like this server, as you can see, they both should be on the NAT within VMware Workstation. First of all, their both servers are on the NAT switch. Okay. And how do you know if both servers are on the NAT switch? You can go to VMware. You can go to VMware here, and within this VMware, you can so follow the mouse, follow the mouse, follow the mouse right here. When I am on the mouse here, it says NAT. So both servers should be on NAT. So once I take the mouse right on my network card, it shows NAT here for this server. Let's say my ESXi host, if I take it down, it should show also NAT. So this means that both are on the same network. And if I go to my the second ESXi host, this should be on NAT. So first, make sure that all servers are on NAT. One. Number two is then we need to make sure that all servers are following one subnet. They're part of the same subnet. So subnet meaning the first three octets should be exactly the same. 192.168.10, 192.168.10, or if you're using 172.168.10, then it should be 170. So first three should be exactly the same. Rest, you can change them. So first, so in my case, my Windows server is 10.10. So in my case, it is 10.10, and my ESXi host, I'm going to keep it 60. So I'm going to use 60 for this. Now, in order to configure my ESXi host, I need to configure this IP address. And Alamgir asked that question, do we need to run any commands? No, we don't need to run any commands on this. All we need to do is go to ESXi host here. So once this is on, first of all, I can see that on this ESXi host, it's not using the correct IP address on this. So first of all, before setting up this IP address, Salim, if you have a question, you can ask a question.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you
sure.
can. Do you have a question?
Not yet, sir.
Okay,
Go ahead.
then you can mute your mic, please, because
Yeah,
there is
sure.
some background noise. Okay, thank you. So guys, here we can have. So first of all, everyone, I need your attention here. This server is showing 192.168.10.22. Okay, so this seems to be a right IP address, but if I need to change it, if I can scroll down on this side, I can see here F2 to customize this system. So all you need to customize this system, click inside and press F2. As soon as you press F2, it will ask you to log into the server. So the default administrator is root, and the password is the password that I chose when I created this. So password is the password that I chose. Now I can set up the IP address. Now before setting up IP address on this in here, first I need to make sure what is the password of my Windows server, because I need to make sure that the password is in the same subnet. Yes, Faz, you may ask a question.
No, sir, I was disconnected. I didn't know what happened in the last couple of minutes.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm just showing it to you that right here within this, all we need to do is one Windows machine and one DSXi host, and make sure both are on NAT network. And how do you know that both are on NAT network? Is right here. If you can follow the mouse on screen, you need to make sure this is on NAT. And also your Windows server, if you take the mouse here on this network icon, this is on NAT. So both should be on NAT. And secondly, I need to set up the IP address. Now, in order to set up the IP address on ESXi host, all you need to do is go to ESXi host and click F2. So once you click F2, for example, if I'm on this server and I'm when I press F2 on this, then on F2, F2 is that functional key on your keyboard, guys. If F2, I think this is might be the first time you're using F2 key number F2 in this training. So when you press F2, this will be ask you the password, and once you enter the password, it will take you to this screen. Sorry, it will take you to this management screen. So, but before I can set up the password in this, before I can, set up the IP address, I need to go onto my Windows server and make sure what is my subnet. Because remember that our IP addresses should be on the same subnet. I will log into my Windows machine.
Sorry, Adnan, but do we need to set up DNS, Active Directory, kind of like that too?
No, nothing. At this point, at this moment, we don't need Active Directory. We don't need anything. We just need proper IP address. That's it. So on this server, I just need to make sure what is the IP address so that I can set up the IP address accordingly on the other server as well. So I am on my Windows machine, and Windows machine, I just wanted to make sure what is my IP address on this machine. So this Windows VM or the Windows server, my IP address is 192.168.10.10. So which means the IP address that I need to set up on ESXi host will be 192.168.10 and then something else. So that something else is 60. So that's it. I just need to make sure this. Now I will set up an IP address. Now, everyone, in order to set up an IP address, all you need to do is, so on this screen, system customization screen, everyone, what happens is there are few settings. You can reset the password. You can set up IP addressing here. As you can see on the right side, it shows that the host name is just localhost and the IP address is this. So on this one, all I need to do, click enter. And once I click enter, here it shows me the adapter name. So in ESXi host, the NICs are known as, network interface cards are known as, everyone, they are known as VM NIC. So VM NIC is the network card name of ESXi host. Remember that normal NIC is just a NIC card, and here the NIC card name is VM NIC. Okay, so when next time somebody refers to as go check your VM NIC, they are just saying go check the network card or ESXi host. Okay. Second thing on this, I need to set up. Yes. Anyone has a question? Okay. So what we need to do, second thing, we don't need any VLAN settings at the moment. We will go into more detail in the networking chapter. What is VLAN settings? The only thing we need to set up is IPv4 IP address. And at this point, everyone knows what is the difference between IPv4 and IPv6. IPv4 and IPv6. And Naveed, can you tell me a very, basic difference between IPv4 and IPv6? Naveed, are you here? Okay. Uh, Anyone else who wants to tell me the difference between IPv4 and IPv6?
But right now, sir, IPv4 is
Oh.
industry standard, and IPv6 is still not using because there are 4 billion something numbers for the IPv4, which is still not fulfilled, right?
Good. Okay. This is one explanation. Yes, good. And Alamgir, you wanted to say something as well?
Oh, yes, sir. IP6 is 128 bit, and IP4 is
32
64 bit.
bit.
32 bit, sorry.
Yes. Okay, good. Anyone else about IPv4 and IPv6?
IPv4 is a 4 octet.
Right.
IPv4 is a 4 octet addressing scheme. Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D and Class E. Class E we don't use it. Class A, B, C we use it. Class C normally it starts with 192.168. Like there's a host part and there's a network part. So this is the basic.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Very good.
Adnan, could I add something? Just I
Yeah.
read.
Yes. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
IPv6 we use I saw somewhere Japan use that one, and North America they use IPv4.
Very good. Okay, good remembering. And Ashar is asking a question: 32 versus 128 bit. I'll answer that as well, guys. IPv4 is an older technology. IPv6 is a newer technology. IPv4 has less number of IP addresses, around 4 billion IP addresses, and all of the IP addresses are almost used throughout the world. World is moving towards using IPv6 address. As you can see, there is an obvious difference between the two. This is how IPv6 IP address looks like. This is the IP address of IPv6, whereas you can see that IPv4 IP address is still like 4 octets right here. So this is IPv4 address. So IPv4 is a smaller address, and there were smaller number of IP addresses. IPv6 is a newer type of address. But the biggest challenge for world is the companies that needs to use IPv4, they need to upgrade their complete infrastructure, unless they come up with something that their existing infrastructure can be used in IPv6. So if some company needs to use IPv6 from now, they can start using it, but then they have to upgrade their routers, they need to upgrade their switches, they also need to upgrade the net. Windows are compatible with both of them, so no need to do that, but they need to upgrade their infrastructure. So for now, IPv6 is not used. For that reason, we will disable IPv6 here. So in order, for now it is enabled, what we'll do is we'll go to IPv6, enter, and here all you need to do is use the up arrow and down arrow and select disable IPv6 address. So first do this. This is the first configuration that I want you to do. Once you change this, click enter. And now you should see that IPv6 is disabled. Now, going back to that question that Ashar asked, that IPv4 is 32-bit address and IPv6 is 128-bit address. Because it is 128-bit address, that is why it has a long range of IP address. Maybe it goes into, for now, trillions of IP addresses within IPv6, because it's a 128-bit address. Whereas IPv4 is a 32-bit address, and the maximum number of IP addresses you can get is 4 billion IP address. I mean, 2 raised to the power 32 would give you that number, around 4.1 billion, and 2 raised to the power 128 will give you that number, that is number of IP addresses that are available in IPv6. So in very short, IPv6 is not in used in North America. For that reason, we will disable this. So disable IPv6, but we will enable IPv4. So in IPv4, all what we need to do is go into IPv4 and press enter. And here we are saying use a dynamic IP address or use a static IP address. Here we will go and set up a static IP address. You will use up and down arrow, and you will select this option, set static IP address, and then come down to IP address. And here, since we said that we will be setting up IP address 60 for this. So remember from the slide, I said that I will be setting up IP address 60 for this. So this is why I'm saying 192.168.10.60. So all I need to do this and click enter. Once you click enter, on this side, you should be able to see this is now the IP address of this server. One more time, so what we did only two things here within the customization screen. So if I can go back here one more time. So I am going from here. What happens is, as soon as you make any changes in the configuration, it says that it needs to restart the management interface. So you need to press yes, Y, and it will restart the network interface management, so that the changes to take effect. So here we did two things, and we need to do one more thing here. The one more thing that we need to do, I need to also change the name of the server too. So the name of the server is localhost. I need to change it to this name, pass ESXi01. So three things we need to do. So once it comes back, we will change the name.
Sorry, Dhanwai, what did you add in the default gateway? Was that blank or?
Yeah, it's blank. Default gateway is blank.
This is not accepting on my. Please re-enter a valid gateway address, which is x.x.x.
Okay, look at this one more time.
Yeah.
I will go into my other screen and go to F2. And once I am in this, I'm pressing F2 and logging in. So once we log in here, we will go to configure management network. And in this, we need to go to IPv4. And in this, I would say set up IP address. And here you just change it and type 0.0.0.0. I mean, it cannot be left blank, but you can type 0.0.0.0.
Yes, it was. Okay, thank you. Okay.
So how did you change IPv6? I mean, how you
how to disable it? So
Yeah.
all you need to do, go to IPv6 configuration, press enter, and here just change it to disable.
I did it, but it's not doing it. I don't know.
Okay, you need to do
Sir,
it.
use the space bar. Use the space bar.
Yeah, use a space bar. Excellent. Thank you. So use a space bar. So once
So
you are
what
here, then
is
use
this,
a
sir?
space bar on this. Okay, and then press OK, enter, and then it will be disabled. So IPv4's IP address is set up, and so right here it is set up. Now the last thing that we need to do here is change the name of the server. So changing the name of the server, just like we do it in Windows, because we need to match this name, whatever the name of the VMs outside, we need to use the same name in the server. So in order to change the name, we need to go into DNS configuration. So here I'll go into DNS configuration, and here I will change it to use the following DNS server. And right here, in the host name, I will change it to my server name. So one more time, guys, you need to go into DNS configuration, press enter. Once you are there, go down, change this to use the following DNS server and change the host name to your host name server.
Sir, configuration 192.168.10.50, right?
192.168.10.60 for your ESXi host. And
Okay.
so what is your Windows IP address?
Sir, Windows, I think 50 and this one is 60.
Okay, excellent. Very good. So Windows is 50 and this one is 60. Very good.
Sir, quick thing.
Yes.
In DNS configuration, I think I should change the DNS because DNS should be matching with the host. Different Windows server.
Yes. So yeah, you can change it to mine is 10.10 and you can provide your
Okay.
own DNS server. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. If guys, if you don't have a DNS server, it's fine. No problem. Just give any IP address.
Sir, after this, should I restart this
Yes,
ESXi
after
host?
this is all done, then you need to press OK. And when you press, you need to press escape. So when you press escape, it says that it needs to reboot the host. So then you would say yes, and then
Yes,
make
okay.
sure it is rebooted and on the main screen, right IP configuration is shown. So for example, my other
Okay.
server, if I go here, I can see that it is the correct
Yes.
IP address and I don't see IPv6 here. Otherwise, if I would have not disabled IPv6 here, I would see IPv6 here as well.
Right.
Okay.
Sir.
But here I still need to change the name of the server on my this server. So here I'm gonna go inside. So once I go inside, in order to change the name of the server, I need to provide the name DNS configuration, and here I would need to provide the name.
Pass ESXi01, the current machine you are working on. This is your
Yes.
host machine.
So this is my ESXi host. So I named it pass ESXi01. So now if your machine is configured with the name, then you should be on your main screen. You should be able to see the name of the server, and you also need to see the IP address of this machine. And once you're done with this, guys, share with me on the WhatsApp group. So take this picture and share it with me. This is how I would know that you have configured this server properly with the proper name and proper name.
My question is, I have already given the gateway address as 192.168.10.1. Is that okay, or I have to provide 0000?
So you can use that one as well. But if you have zero, that works. Both works fine. So always remember a thumb rule for gateway. Thumb rule for gateway is if you don't have two networks, if your all the servers are in one subnet, then you don't need a gateway. Gateway is only required when you have two or more networks available. So you have subnet number one, second subnet on the second floor, then the third subnet in another building, then you need a gateway. In one subnet, you never use a gateway. Even if you provide a wrong IP address, it will work fine.
Thank you.
Sir,
Okay, you're
sir,
welcome.
I have a server. It has a DNS.
Right.
So which DNS should I use? Like suffix or
Just
which one?
use the same DNS. Just use the IP address of that DNS. If you have a server that is DNS, in the DNS IP address, just use that DNS.
But it gives me two options. One is DNS configuration and one is custom DNS suffix.
Okay, in the ESXi host.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me log in first. So I'm gonna go back.
Sir, after changing the name, so should I log in with the name which we have changed it now?
No. Just leave it as is. Just take the screenshot of the main screen and just share it in the WhatsApp group.
Okay, sir, and I have to log in again with the root, right?
Yes, yes.
Not with the name.
Just yes. So once you log in with the root, then you need to yes, same name. Uh, Alamgir, you don't need to do anything in the custom DNS suffix. Just change the DNS configuration, the host name. That's it.
So my name is Vmware because I have already pasted the picture, sir.
Okay, that's fine. That is okay. So let me see your. So everyone, please quickly share so that we can move forward. I'm just waiting for people to share their screen.
So do we have to install the VMware tools?
VMware tools, yes. Always remember whenever you use a server, any server 2012, 2016, Windows 10, you must install VMware tools.
No, about like ESXi after
No,
installing.
there are no VMware tools for ESXi.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, how about clients like Windows 10 or Windows 8? Do we have to install VMware tools on those clients too, or no?
On the clients, meaning client
machine, for example, Windows 10.
Yes, always,
Windows.
always. Whenever it's a
Okay.
Windows machine, you must install VMware tools.
Okay.
But sir, but in client it will not take too much time, sir.
Yes, yes.
Second thing is like on clients, sometimes, not sometimes, but most of the time it installs automatically.
Automatically,
But
yes, sir.
yes, but in
Yes.
servers you have to install them manually.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So
We have
yes,
to run setup, sir.
right. Very good. So everyone has installed. Ashish has also connected to the ESXi host. Very good. And Usher and needs to share a screenshot. Asher and Salim needs to share a screenshot. Abdullah needs to share a screenshot as well. So guys, please share a screenshot. So guys, since everyone is able to install this server and able to configure this, now in order to connect from Windows Server, there are two things to know. One thing is that from the dashboard, from the local server on the server, make sure that IE enhanced security is off. So on this server, IE enhanced security is off. Why? Because we are about to connect to the server through HTTP client from Internet Explorer. So make sure that this is off, and then you open Internet Explorer, and all you need to do is that you need to type this link in there. So this link that we see, so this link is right here, http IP address 192.168.10.60. At this point, this name will not work because we don't have a DNS record for this. So at this point, we just need to connect to IP address. And this goes into the real environment as well. So guys, every time when you need to connect to a ESXi host and your colleagues tells you, just connect to that ESXi host, you need to look at the ESXi host and see what is the link on the ESXi host, because the IP address will always be displayed on the screen. So in here, I would need to go to Windows Server and use this path, http:// and then 192.168.10.60. And guys, always remember that what is the difference between a front slash and back slash. So always remember, because in meetings, in discussions, this comes normally, that use a front slash and back slash, so that we won't be confused, guys. This slash is always known as front slash, and this slash is always known as backslash. You can remember this, that this slash is looking here. So if this is a man, and this slash is looking, this is a front slash. Always remember, this is a front slash, and this is looking on this side, this is a backslash. So always remember that whenever you type the address HTTP, this will always be front slash, to front slash, and then the IP address. Okay, so now I'm about to connect to this IP address. Now always make sure, do the basic networking as well, guys. Always do basic check in your network. And if it is not able to connect, do not panic, try to fix the situation. So I'm going to do the basic networking before I can connect. I will ping, I will make sure that my servers are pinging. So this is my ESXi host, and I can make sure that it is pinging. Let's see if my network card is disabled, guys. I'm now showing you some troubleshooting scenarios. Let's say my network card is disabled on my server. And now you have set up ESXi host, you have set up the server, and you're trying to connect to the server and it's not working. But here the network card is disabled. I will try to ping and see, guys, as soon as you try to ping, it is giving me general failure. Now this simply means this is just a general error message. So that means that you need to do some basic troubleshooting here. So in order to do that, excuse me. So in order to do that, what we need to do is right click on this and connect. So for this one, I knew that the disabled card is disabled, but I'm just showing you that there might be nothing wrong with your ESXi host. There might be something wrong with the network that you need to fix. So if it is not working, you need to be in that mode. You need to be in a troubleshooting mode. You need to be in your fifth gear. You need to be running in this. You need to you should never give up connecting to this if it is not working. And guys, in this training, in this VCP training, VCP training, guys, I will start doing troubleshooting labs here with you as well. So troubleshooting lab, the way it works is that you will configure your infrastructure. I will connect to your lab, and I will make some changes, and you need to fix it, and you need to troubleshoot it and fix it. Okay. So I want you to be in that mode to fix issues. So this was the example of that. Maybe there is a problem with the IP address. Maybe the IP address is wrong. Maybe the network is wrong. Maybe the server is not configured properly. So here, if it is displaying you the right IP address, and if it is on the network, it means that there is nothing wrong with this server. So now we will need to connect to the server in order to manage this server. So in order to connect to the server, my question goes to Zishan. Zishan, what is the address, and how do we know, how do I connect to the ESXi host?
Sir, we have to run this command from run, and we can run this. We
So
can connect with the.
I need to connect to the ESXi host. How do I know
Yes.
which command to run here in Internet Explorer?
So that is showing in the system as well, and
Exactly.
yeah,
Very good.
yeah,
That's the answer.
yeah,
It is showing right here. So if you ever
yeah.
forget that how to connect to ESXi host, all you need to do is go here and type it. So
Adnan bhai, the NIC card which you have here is basically on NAT, not on bridge, right?
yeah, all of them are on
On your
NAT.
server.
So
Okay, and what
yes.
if I have on bridge?
So just make sure that your all cards are on bridge.
All cards on bridge. No, so, but you said like you must have a NAT card on the ESXi as well as on the server.
Yes. So, but if your server, if your Windows server is already on bridge and you have only one card or two cards?
I have 3 cards in total. One is on NAT and the 2 other cards on bridge.
Okay, so that is fine as long as you have one card on NAT and that card has the IP address 192.168.10.10, then it will be fine. So no need to change it to bridge. So at least if you have multiple cards, make sure that card that has that 192 IP address, it should be on NAT.
Okay, all right.
And the other way to check is that if you are able to ping the ESXi host, then it's fine. Then it doesn't matter if you have multiple cards.
This is the thing, from my server to ESXi host, thing is working.
Okay, so that's fine.
But how can I check from, how can I check this connection from ESXi to the other server?
Oh, the
You
pinging.
cannot, eh?
The pinging
Yeah.
for the ping, there is a way, and there is a way to check right here. If you go to F2. So guys, the question is, how do you ping from the server if you need to, because there is no command line interface where you can run a command. So that can be done right from, I think they just changed this in the newer version, which is, So here you can enable shell. This, yes, test management network. If you go to test management network, here you can give IP address to ping. So let's say I need to ping my Windows server. I would give it my Windows server IP address and press OK. So here it should give me that if they are pinging or not.
Oh,
Okay. So in this case, because we haven't set up DNS, this is why it is failed to resolve. But 10 IP address, as you can see, this is pinging address this, and it's okay. So here it's okay. Just the name is not okay, but because we haven't set up the DNS. Okay.
I see. Got it.
So on the server, all I need to do is go to this link and press enter. Now, as soon as you press enter, you will be given with this page because it's saying that you're about to connect to a unsafe page. It's just saying because that's an ESXi host and it has to have a certificate. We don't have a certificate. And so since we know this server, all we need to do is say continue to this website. I mean, this page normally comes that the pages that are active page. So this page is since it is a dynamic and active page, the Windows is saying that you're about to connect to a page where it's a dynamic page. So since we know where we are connecting, in this case, we will say continue to the website. And once we are there, it will take us to the login screen. So login screen of this server. Now, even in this case, it won't take you to the login screen. If it is giving you a login screen, it means that server is accessible. Now, even at this point, if I kind of disable this network card on this. So I'm on this server, I'm trying to connect and I will disable the network card. Let's say I disable the network card, which means that the server is available, but network is not available. Let's see what happens when we try to connect to this. So if I now refresh this, it is now going to the server because it downloads this page from that server. It should give me an error message. So guys, you might get these error messages at different points, and you should be in a troubleshooting mode where you need to fix these issues. So now this is stuck. This will give me an error message because that server's network card is not available. So I'm going to go back and enable that network card again, connect. So it was disconnected. Now it is connected again, and I'm going to retry connecting to that server. So which means that if you get the login screen page, it means that the server is functional and you're on the server. Now you need to enter username and password. So there can be a problem with username and password. Otherwise, if you can see the blue page, it means that server is fine, network is fine, IP address is fine. So that gives you many things here. So I'm going to refresh this one more time and I can see this login screen. So on the login screen, all I need to do is use the root username and password. So here,
And the password is the one which you set up initially?
password is the one that we set up initially. So if I use a wrong password here, it will give me an error message. So it will give me an error message here if I use a wrong password, and most probably I used a wrong password. It shouldn't take this long and should connect. So yes, so I'm going to use the right password. And I can save the password. So now it is connecting. Now we will be connected to the ESXi host. And in ESXi host, once we are connected, so I am connected to ESXi host, it will be a bit slow, and it's fine if it is a bit slow here, no issues with that. So we can provide some more memory to this if it is a bit slow, but as long as it is connecting, that is the main objective of this exercise. So this is the main screen of ESXi host. It is still loading. Once it loads, then we can go through different properties here. But this is the main screen. I mean, this screen is equal to this screen, the VMware Workstation, where we have many VMs, and that screen will give us. So I am going to.
Quick question on my
Yes, go
so
ahead.
in the VM I was just browsing around, playing around with it. So I selected 2016 version of the server to make a new VM in it. So will it actually pull the like, does it already have the ISOs preloaded on it, or do we have to give it
Yes. So it doesn't have any ISOs loaded. You will have to copy that in the data store, and then from there it will work. So
Makes
you
sense.
won't
Okay.
have the
Thank you.
ISOs. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So guys,
I have a question.
yes, please go ahead.
We don't have any chance to contact to the ESXi server without those server we installed 2016. We couldn't directly, log into that page.
So your question is about, is there any web page how we connect to a server 2016 or ESXi host?
No. Because right now through the server we connected to the VM.
Right.
Okay, but I just wondering to know, we don't have anything, we can directly log into that page, web server page.
No. There is so the only two way to manage, actually at the moment only two way to manage ESXi host is, number one, do the basic configuration here on the ESXi host, and in order to manage all the VMs and everything, we need to connect through this web client. This is known as web client.
Number, it means, if for example in the real job you have your laptop, and your laptop, as you mentioned, you have Windows 10. Through the console we have on the browser, we can access to the virtual machine.
You can access the ESXi host. Please don't call this virtual machine, call this ESXi host.
Yeah, ESXi, yeah, it means that one.
Right.
You as a VMware administrator, you don't need to go to the server, install the server.
Exactly, yes.
You don't need just your laptop.
Exactly, yes. So we are only installing the server because we wanted to connect to the server. Otherwise, it's a very good point, everyone. If you have your laptop and you're sitting in your company, you can directly enter this, and then you will be able to connect to your your ESXi hosts directly. Okay, so guys, here, everyone, just look at the screen here. We are logged into the ESXi host, guys. There are, on the ESXi host directly, it is showing the CPU is this much, 4.3 gigs, and it is 3% used, and the memory is total 4 GB. Out of 4 GB, just 1 GB is used, and the storage, the C drive, remember on the server we have C drive and D drive. Here the storage is total 32 GB. Out of 32 GB, 1 GB is used. So this is just where the operating system is installed. So this is giving us the overall statistics, and here it also gives us the version as well. 6.7 is the version, build 2, that we are using, and it's normal, not connected to vCenter. At the moment we don't have a vCenter, otherwise later on we will install vCenter and work with this. With the same, here you can create a new VM, you can shut down this machine, you can reboot the machine, you can refresh this, you can have other actions as well. And the license,
Sir,
the evaluation license is 60 days. Yes, go ahead, please.
Sir, I have a couple of questions there.
Yes.
First question is, basically what we are doing is, because ESXi is a different application for the virtualization, right? But we are managing through the Windows.
We are managing it through
correct?
Windows. You can manage it from your laptop as well, if you're on the same network.
But it should be on the Windows, right?
It should be on the Windows, or it can be on Linux, Red Hat machine, any machine, or Mac machine. It can connect from anywhere, connected from anywhere.
Can we reverse it? Like, can we manage Windows Server 2016 from ESXi server, host server?
No. As you can see on the ESXi host, there are very few things that you can do here.
Yes. So basically, the summary is ESXi is a different tool to create the virtual machines.
Yes, very good.
Right.
So in order to manage the ESXi host, we need this web client.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So good questions. So guys, yes, go ahead.
Just I wondering to know when we because maybe my question is early. What we need for the cloud? When we talk about the cloud base working like that as we talk?
Cloud for the Azure, AWS?
Yeah.
No, cloud for AWS. I mean, Homan, you've already taken those training. For the cloud, you will log into the Azure environment and then manage it.
No, I just talk about the server, those server, virtual server, they go to the data center. When they set up is like that, they set up over
Yes,
there
yes,
like,
yes. In the backend, all the
yeah,
servers are
back,
like these.
yeah,
Yes,
you're right.
in the
Yeah.
backend. The cloud, Azure, AWS, they are either using Hypervisor, Hyper-V, SCVMM, or VMware servers, or maybe Zen servers. So it's their backend technology.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, guys.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Adnan bhai. This machine, one you created before the host one pass ESXi01. So this is the host machine, right?
Right.
And through the Windows server, you went to the user interface, and this is the place where we are going to create further machines.
Exactly.
Am I right?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Then what was the reason of creating that
ESXi
host? Yes.
Yes. So all the VMs will be created in this server. So this server has a disk where all of the VMs will be created. The Windows machine is only used to connect to that server. So when we create a VM, VMs will not be created in this Windows server. Basically, they will be stored in this server and managed from here.
Okay, so store will be here, but those machines will be created from here.
No, we are just sending commands to those machines, and they will be managed in this. So they will be stored here, and they'll be backed up from here. They'll be monitored from here. Everything will be here. This is just an interface. That's it.
Okay, I see.
Okay.
So, sir, through this interface, there is a tab. It says Create Register VM.
Exactly.
Let's see. I want to create one server and 2 clients.
Yes.
Can I do it?
Yes. So it's right here.
Now,
Yes,
sir, now next question is, it's mean in that server, I can assign GP to the client. Can I assign? Can I create OUs or not?
No. So hold on. So on the VM that we create, on that we can install Active Directory and anything. Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes. So in this, now we can create any type of VM. Once we create a VM, we can create server 2012, server 2016, Linux server, any type of server we can create in this now.
Okay.
Okay.
Good to know.
Sorry, let me clear once again. So we are going to create a Windows server after remaining here on this server 01. But the server technically will be stored in the host machine, which is ESXi01.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So because we are learning the VMware, and this is called VMware.
This is called ESXi, Vsphere
ESXi. Sorry.
Yes.
So maybe Adnan sir.
Okay, so it means like from ESXi01.
Yes,
sorry.
So are these basically going to be used as like front virtual machines, essentially, how you log into like some company essentially? So this would be like the front, and then after that you can log into the others. Is that what it is essentially, the purpose of it?
So for now, guys, this is a very, very simple architecture. Just one ESXi host, and we connected to one ESXi host from this Windows machine. Okay, so you can think of this as this is just an interface, and you're connecting to that to the environment in this. So now in this ESXi host, we will create. So whatever VMs we create here, they all will be created in this ESXi host.
Nazab, looks like the people are getting confused because we are using this Windows server here. If we just use a ESXi and then access this ESXi through the web browser without getting this Windows server in between, then probably it will be helpful for these guys to understand.
Now, where would you get? You mean the web browser on the client machine?
Web browser on your laptop directly.
Essentially, this can be accessed through any web browser anywhere.
Any
essentially.
browser, yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
it can be accessed from anywhere, but the problem is
Okay.
that if we try to access it from the laptop web browser, that will be more confusion because then you will need to turn on bridging and then the IP
Oh,
addressing
right,
and
right,
all that.
right, right, right. Makes sense.
I don't want to get into that networking
Yeah.
confusion. But yes,
Got
maybe
it.
the people are confused between why we are using Server 2016 with this.
Right. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
probably
so
the
it's
looks like
basically,
this.
sorry, so like,
Sir, I think I'm all clear. Thank you.
Okay, that's
yeah,
that's
like me
excellent.
too.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. I'm also clear because from that ESXi host, we cannot do anything, and technically that is used to store the servers. But in order to create or to work or edit any kind of machine, that will be done through this interface from this Windows server.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got
Very
that.
good. Very good.
And sir, one more thing. What I understood is this is what the difference between the Hyper-V and the ESXi or the VCP.
Right. Because in Hyper-V,
Right?
you have the console
Yes.
right on the same server. Whereas
Yes.
here,
Yes.
the console is on the other machine and from
Other
there
machine.
you're managing it. That's the difference.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
sir, can we run this program on Windows Server 2012 as well, or only 2016? Like we can operate
Yes,
this.
so we can run this program from anywhere, wherever you have a browser. So let's say if in here I create a Windows 10 machine and I need to manage my ESXi host, I can manage from my Windows machine as well, Windows 10 machine
Okay,
as well. So the
it's not
only thing that
necessary.
is required is the browser, is internet
Okay,
browser, that's it. So
right.
this software that you see is that's the only thing that is required for this. Now the
So
good
it's
thing,
not
yes,
sorry
yes,
to interrupt.
no,
It's
no, go
not
ahead.
not necessary server like Windows server. We can operate from Windows 10 as well, sir.
Anywhere. So it can be
Uh,
a Mac machine, Apple machine, Linux
okay,
machine, any machine where you have internet browser and they are on the same network, then you can connect. So for
okay,
example, I can
right.
connect, this is my one server, and now I can connect to my other server as well. So for example, if I open the second browser and my
Right.
second IP address is 10.21. So I will go here. My other one is already open. So this
Yes, sir.
one is already
Yes.
here, but now I'm about to connect to the second one. So, I mean, it's really simple. It's not that of a confusion. It's just that it's just a management console. You're connecting to your server from this machine, and you will be managing it. And guys,
And sir,
yes, go ahead.
as you told us, the same procedure you were doing in the IBM as well. This is the same procedure which you were talking about, sir.
Exactly. This is the same procedure, but here you will
Yeah.
see that I have two ESXi hosts and
Okay.
I'm opening two browsers. Guys, this is the very reason we install vCenter. From vCenter, we manage all the servers from one browser. So that's what it is.
Thank you, sir.
So if I am connecting to my other machine, it's very simple. All I need to do is open browser, enter the IP address, and I will be connecting to both of the clients. So this is my server 1 and this is my server 2. So when I create a VM in this server, I will be creating, the VMs will be sitting here. Now you might have a question that why am I creating VMs on this? Because guys, the enterprise level virtualization works out of ESXi host, and they have a complete system. The vCenter connects to hundreds of ESXi hosts and it connects. So if I can show you and a quick architecture here.
Sir, I just did it from the DC1. I connected it. It's working.
Okay, that's excellent. So
Yeah.
and if I can show you in real environments, you will see a huge number of ESXi hosts being managed from one place. So here,
Sir, I have a question.
right.
Sir, what is the main purpose? Is it used for the client or is it used for system administrator? Who is the, I mean,
Very
yes.
good. So who will
Yeah.
use this console? This console
Yeah.
will be used by the admin. This console will be used for the admin, and we will create servers that will be used by different applications. Okay, so just like in VMware Workstation, we created one Active Directory server, one DNS server, and then failover cluster. So we created all those servers. So now in this environment, in ESXi host, we can create all these different type of servers here. Okay, guys. So for today's lab, what we did in today's lab, we just created ESXi host. We had a connection with them, and then you can, at this point, you can just take a snapshot of this so that the same configuration remains the same, and then you can revert to the snapshot, and then you can play with these system as well. Here you can create a new VM, and it's saying create a new VM. So next. And here it will ask for the OS. For now, the OS is not here. In the next lecture, I will show you how to bring the OS, how to install ESXi host, and then we'll look at all the other features as well. But before we can finish for today, just remember, guys, just remember one thing, that in ESXi host, the disk is known as data store. The disk is known as data store. So if I expand the storage, in the storage, if you go, the disk is always known as data store. So always remember, in Windows Server, it is known as C drive and D drive. Here, the data store is referred to as a disk. So this server has one disk. In the next lecture, we will add more disk and see that how we can manage these disks. And here on this ESXi host, which is this one, there is no VMs at the moment, 0 VMs, and there is only one disk attached to this, which is data store 1, the disk that we had when we installed the ESXi host. And the networking, there is only one network card available, which is called VMNIC. So there is only one network card available. A management network card, there is a full chapter on management, understanding the switch and everything. But for today, I think this should be enough. This is enough for today. We have understood hypervisor, virtualization, different types, and also we created these VMs and connected to this. Any questions, anyone?
Sir, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Just
yes,
Thank
go ahead.
you.
Yeah, I did everything, but I could not, connect EXI with the server.
With the Windows Server?
Yeah.
Okay. So for that, just share with me your screen. And for everyone else, this is all for today. And I will continue right from here. We have 2 ESXi hosts, 1 Windows Server. In the next, we will continue this lecture right from here.
What
So thank you
the
for
IP
today.
address of ESXi host?
Thank you
The
so
IP
much.
address of ESXi host is 60, and the server IP address is 10.
No, the other one, the second ESXi, sir.
Oh, second ESXi, you can have it 70, 192.168.10.70.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, no problem. And Alamgir, please share your screen so that we can troubleshoot.
So I'm trying, but it shows I'm
just a second. I have to unshare
Mambai,
mine.
just a quick question.
Yes, please go
before
ahead.
we go. So, you know how you were talking about like having a server front first, you have to log in, and then like that. So, do we actually have like a server from here usually, and then like that we make that a server front, and then connect to the whole network essentially?
No. So it's a very good question, everyone. This might be also a confusion. That do we always need a server 2016 to connect to this? No, absolutely not. We don't need a server to connect to this. In this case, we can connect directly from the client machine as well. This is what Abdullah said, that if we remove server 2016 and I directly open Internet Explorer right here, and then connect to and enter the ESXi IP address, I can connect from my client machine as well.
But as you said, sir, this is like useful for administrator, not for the client.
And,
although we can connect from the client, but this one is using for system administrator.
Yes.
System, yeah.
Yes, Zishan, we need to understand that as being an administrator, when you're working, you won't be directly logging into the server. So you will have your laptop as a client, and from there you can directly connect to ESXi host.
Right. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Understood. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
one more thing, everyone. For now, we are just directly connecting to ESXi host. When we connect to vCenter, then we will be connecting directly to the server and then managing it.
Okay, sir. Right. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
Sir,
yes, please go ahead.
sorry, I have one question. The machine which you have on the left, VMware ESXi 6.x, what kind of machine is this, sir? No, sir, not this one, the other one.
This
Yes,
one. This is the one that I have. The previous one, it is just 10.21. It is also 6.7 ESXi host.
Okay.
So for the lab, just create two ESXi host. I still have to change the name. I will call it pass ESXi 02. So this is 01. This will be 02.
Okay, all right.
Okay, sir. Sir, I have to show sir one error.
Yes. So let me first check Alamgir's
Yeah.
machine. Alamgir,
Yes, sir.
you can
Yes.
share your machine, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Adnan bhai. Allah Hafiz. Take care.
Okay. Allah Hafiz. You too.
Yes. So just created this machine. So
So your IP address is 192.168.150.70. So on your server, it is 150 as well?
yes, sir. Like I have a different, IP address.
Okay, first of all, go inside and remove the gateway. Just say 0.0.0.0.
Okay.
Just let's try to make it simple, not difficult. Because gateway, we don't have a gateway, so there shouldn't be a gateway IP address. Though it doesn't matter actually.
And sir, ping it. So I think it will resolve
Yes,
the issue.
also ping as well.
Okay, thank you, Adnan bhai. Allah
Okay,
Hafiz.
thank you. Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.
Okay. So
And now press escape and restart the management network.
just want to show you everything is fine. Because I'm feeling fine. So should I restart it, sir?
Just press escape. It will automatically ask you.
Okay.
Sir, can you check my laptop like TeamViewer?
Oh yes, I can too.
Thank you. By mistakenly I deleted everything, then I installed, so
Okay, no problem.
I'm gonna watch your video and I'm gonna practice.
Okay, that's fine.
So yes, right? Saving Y. Okay.
Okay,
I'm
what's your ID?
Sir, I'm okay, sir. So मेरा मसला हल हो गया, sir. Okay.
Okay, हो गया?
Hey, yes,
that's
sir.
fine.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's good.
Assalamualaikum.
Welcome, Salam.
Thank you, Adnan bhai. Bye-bye.
Okay, Allah Hafiz. Alamgir, can you
Yes,
click
I did,
inside and
sir.
press escape? Okay, you're doing it. Okay, good.
Taking
What
a
did you do? You just reset it?
No, I just restarted, sir. I saved the changing.
Okay, okay. It gave you that message to restart.
No, it gave me message to save the setting. So I pressed Y. Yes, and then after
Okay,
that,
and then it's restarting. Okay, now can you
I
show me the
stopped
Windows
restarting.
server?
IP address is fine. Everything is fine.
Okay, that's fine.
So
Here,
what thing that I
remove.
just
Why are you using the gateway? Don't use a gateway. You don't need a gateway.
Oh, okay. I will remove it after.
Okay.
So
And now you can first ping from the Windows server. You don't need anything here. Here it looks fine. The name is fine. IP address is fine. Just ping this address from here.
It's pinging fine, sir.
Excellent. Now go to the Internet Explorer and connect.
Okay.
And you switched off the firewalls and everything?
For this one, yes, sir. For server, but not for EXI.
No, ESXi, there is no firewall.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So, and this was pinging. Can you show me if this was pinging?
Yes, sir. It was.
Okay, just a second. Open the Internet Explorer again. Because this is Active Directory server, it might be a little bit more secure. So just type again the IP address, please. Okay, 172, 170, 150. And it is pinging. And so probably you need to reset your network. No, it is connecting now. Hold on. It is connecting.
Oh,
It's connecting now.
you can ping by the name too, right, sir?
No, you cannot. You have to create a host record and then you can ping by name.
Oh,
Yeah, in order to ping by name, you just need to go to DNS, create a host record with this. Now, click continue to this website. Click the second one, not this one, not
oh.
this one. So it is connecting now.
Oh. So for user ID, sir,
It is just root.
root. Okay. It takes a symbol, sir. Without symbol, it does not recognize the.
It requires a complex password.
Okay, sir.
Okay, excellent. So
Copy, sir.
that's what it is. You did everything right.
So from here, like you have to do everything like storage, like anything, or make virtual machines from here, right, sir? We
Yes,
have
yes.
to do
From here,
complete.
you can just create virtual machines.
So when we will create virtual machines here, that like those virtual machines will go in this one, right, sir?
Exactly. Those will be created in there. Yes.
So then after that, we need to work from this server or same here. From here to we
No,
can
no.
do.
So then our all management will be from the same Windows server.
Oh, okay, from okay, got it, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a
You're
lot.
most welcome. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
See you
sir.
next time.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.
And sir,
Yes, Salim. Go ahead.
my ID number is 397.
Oh, oh, sorry about that.
No,
I
You can
thought you
share
said that
here.
it was all done.
no. Like,
So
you know, my
it was Zishan who said I'm good.
yeah, Zishan sir.
Oh
Share here,
man.
brother. सलीम इधर शेयर कर लो यार.
नहीं वो असल में वो मेरा दूसरे कंप्यूटर से हूँ.
Okay, I can share a screen.
Okay, 397.
Just a second, just a second. यार सीरियसली मैं समझा आपने मैंने कनेक्ट कर रहा था तो
मैं तो
उन्होंने कहा कि it's all done. Okay,
नहीं
just a second. Okay, so what is your ID?
397 466 760 and password 496
Mm-hmm.
FRP. F for France, R for Roger, P for Pakistan.
Okay. So let's look at this here. तो हाँ जी अब बताएं.
हाँ जी वो ये मेरे यानी कि चल नहीं रहे थे.
ओके सो अच्छा ठीक है ये आपका एक सर्वर है.
हाँ जी
ओके होल्ड ऑन. ठीक है हुमन नहीं है
बीच में
तो
थोड़ा ना मैं हो गया था तो फिर मैं
ठीक
उसका
है कोई मसला नहीं. तो अब ये आपका एक सर्वर है ठीक है और
हाँ
ये
जी
आपका विंडोज सर्वर है
हाँ जी
और विंडोज सर्वर सेट हो गया. इस पे विंडोज सर्वर पे लॉगिन करें. आईपी एड्रेस
हाँ
दिखाएं मुझे.
हाँ जी पासवर्ड 1 है इसका पासवर्ड. Oh, sorry, wrong password.
सर जी एक रिक्वेस्ट है.
जी जी बताएं.
सर ये थोड़ा सा जो है ना हल्का सा भारी लग रहा है. ये जो एक दो कोर्सेज हैं इसको थोड़ा सा अगर स्लो चलाएं ना. बाकी माशाल्लाह ये है कि हम सब दोस्त यही कह रहे थे. नवीद भाई भी वसीम भाई भी अभी भी वो बैठे हुए वसीम साहब भी ये कह रहे थे कि थोड़ा सा इसको ज़रा अगर आहिस्ता चलाएं तो ये होगा कि हमारे ज़ाहिर है ये थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है तो हमें ज़्यादा
आप ना
क्लियर हो.
फिक्र करें आप ना फिक्र करें ये मेरा काम है. आप ना फिक्र करें मैं कर लूँगा इसको स्लो. जहाँ ज़रूरत होगी मैं स्लो कर लूँगा इसको. अभी भी हम स्लो ही हैं यानी आप देखें कि वी स्पेंड द फर्स्ट डे एक दिन वो किया और अभी
आज तो
हमने
माशाल्लाह ठीक
एक
था.
ही दिन लगाया है 2 दिनों में.
नहीं आज तो ठीक था बिल्कुल ना. बिल्कुल अभी
तो
तक तो
नहीं वो पहले भी यानी आप उसकी ना फिक्र करें. इंशाल्लाह हम बिल्कुल सही स्पीड पे जाएंगे. आप ना फिक्र करें इंशाल्लाह. और आपके लिए कोई भारी नहीं है ये. आप लोगों के लिए बहुत ब्रीज बन जाएगा एकदम.
इंशाल्लाह.
इंशाल्लाह.
ठीक है तो देखें इसमें मुझे आईपी एड्रेस चेक करने हैं कि यहाँ पे क्या
हाँ
है
जी अभी
फर्स्ट.
डाला नहीं मैंने अभी डाला नहीं था एड्रेस.
ठीक है अभी नहीं डाला ना आपने तो कोई बात नहीं. इसको हम क्विकली डाल लेते हैं यहाँ पे. ये हो गया और इसमें कोई एक्स्ट्रा चीज़ हमें नहीं चाहिए. सिर्फ
ठीक है.
आईपी एड्रेस चाहिए. ठीक है और
ठीक.
इसमें हम ये भी देखना चाहते हैं कि ये नेट है एंड दैट्स इट. और यहाँ पे हम एक काम ये शुरू कर देते हैं कि हाँ इसमें हमें ये फायरवॉल्स ऑफ करनी है. सब कुछ आपने
हाँ ये
पहले से
कर
किया हुआ
ये
है.
कर.
ठीक है और मैं एक काम ये करता हूँ यहाँ पे पिंग चला देता हूँ ताकि जैसे ही
ठीक
मैं
है.
उधर सेटअप करूँ तो यहाँ पिंग होना शुरू हो जाए.
ये ये आपने टी क्यों डाला है?
ये टी इसलिए होता है
कंटिन्यूस।
कि ये कंटिन्यूस पिंग करता रहे, ठीक है।
अच्छा अच्छा।
अगर टी नहीं डालेंगे तो सिर्फ 4 दफ़ा पिंग करेगा। अब टी डाला है ना तो ये कंटिन्यूस करता रहेगा। तो
सही
ये
है
अभी
सर।
तो अपने आप को कर रहा है, लेकिन मैं उसको करना चाहता हूँ, दूसरे
सही।
को, तो
सर मेरा
उसका।
यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन है आपसे।
जी
आपने
हम।
आपकी एक वीडियो मैंने देखी थी मेरे ख्याल में, तो उसमें ये था कि आपने कंटिन्यूस किया था लेकिन वो रॉन्ग था, राइट?
जी जी।
जिसका करेक्ट हुआ तो वो नीचे से ऊपर चलना शुरू हो गया, यानी कि करेक्शन उसने नीचे से ऊपर
हाँ
कर
तो
दिया।
ऐसे ही होगा ना, वो ऐसे नीचे से ऊपर नहीं होता, वो ये होता है कि आपको लगता है ऐसे है कि चूंकि ये लेटेस्ट यही चल रहा है। अभी देखे ना, अभी ये रॉन्ग है, अभी वो हमने आईपी एड्रेस किया ही नहीं है उस पर। जब वो ठीक होगा ना तो हम जब इधर वापस आएंगे तो ये खुद ब खुद ऐसे ठीक होना शुरू हो जाएगा।
सही हो गया
ठीक है,
सही है।
अब हम वहाँ दूसरे पे जाते हैं,
ठीक
और
है।
यहाँ पे जाके ये वाला तो आपने अभी इंस्टॉल करना शुरू ही नहीं किया, तो इसको हम क्विकली
नहीं
एक इंस्टॉल चला देते हैं। तो इसमें
नहीं, ये कैसे किया? मैं ट्राई कर रहा था तो नहीं हो रहा
हाँ,
था मैं।
वो होता ही है कि यहाँ पे ये देखें कि यहाँ पे ना, यहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है एंटर टू कंटिन्यू।
हाँ
तो
जी।
ये बस इसको फॉलो करना होता है। तो आपने ये
सही।
एंटर किया, देखें इसके अंदर जाके एंटर किया। अब नीचे लिखा है एंटर टू कंटिन्यू, बस एंटर किया दोबारा। अब यहाँ पे पासवर्ड डालना है। तो
पासवर्ड
पासवर्ड
वन।
के लिए ना, नहीं, पासवर्ड 1 नहीं चलेगा। अब उससे पहले
अच्छा।
एक्सक्लेमेशन लगा देते हैं हम। पासवर्ड
ठीक
से
है।
पहले पी पहले एक्सक्लेमेशन shift 1 फिर पासवर्ड।
सर एक्सप्लेनेशन क्या होता है? कौन सी
एक्सक्लेमेशन
होती
वो
है?
होता है शिफ्ट वन।
अच्छा, शिफ्ट वन। फिर
जी, मैं
पासवर्ड
अभी
क्या डाला?
बता देता हूँ। मैं अभी बता देता हूँ, आपका जो पासवर्ड बन गया है ना अभी, तो वो
हाँ
ये
जी।
बन गया। मैं अभी ये नोटपैड खोलता हूँ। तो
ठीक
शिफ्ट
है।
1 करेंगे ना तो ये आ जाएगा एक्सक्लेमेशन।
ओके।
तो ये
अच्छा।
हमने पासवर्ड बना दिया, पहले shift 1 फिर कैपिटल P और पासवर्ड 1। तो यहाँ पे
ठीक।
इसको ना ये कॉम्प्लेक्स पासवर्ड चाहिए। अब ये
ठीक।
कह रहा है जी इंस्टॉल करो, तो मैं कौन सी की दबाऊंगा? F11।
F11।
तो F11 मैंने इसके अंदर दबाया, इंस्टॉलेशन शुरू हो गई। ठीक है, अब इसी
सही।
तरह दूसरे को भी देख लेते हैं। अब इसको आप खुद ड्राइव करें, पहले तो इसके अंदर क्लिक करें।
ठीक है।
तो अब देखिए आपने क्या करना है, स्केप करेंगे तो बंद हो जाएगा। अगर पहले
हम्म।
इसके अंदर क्लिक करें और फिर एंटर दबाएं, एंटर दबाएं। हाँ, अब वो कह रहा है जी
F11।
F1 करें, तो उसको कंटिन्यू करें, तो F11 करें। F11, F11 की नज़र आ रही है आपको ऊपर
हाँ जी
कीबोर्ड में
हाँ
है?
जी।
हाँ, बस वो दबाएं। पहले इसके अंदर क्लिक करें, अभी वो माउस बाहर है उससे, अभी F11 करेंगे तो नहीं होगा। हाँ, उसके अंदर क्लिक करके अब F11 दबाएं।
मुझे
नहीं हो रहा?
लगता नहीं है, मुझे लग रहा है मेरा बटन ही खराब ना हो गया।
अच्छा।
9 नंबर के ऊपर होगा या 10 के।
हाँ जी, F11 को मैं कर रहा हूँ।
अच्छा, नहीं तो अभी, अच्छा, मेरे कीबोर्ड से जाएगा तो वो चल जाएगा, लेकिन आपके उससे चलना चाहिए।
नहीं।
आप ना थोड़ा सा उसको ज़रा ज़ोर ज़ोर से ज़रा क्लिक करें, बाज़ औक़ात वो नीचे से ना डस्टी हो जाता है, तो इस वजह से नहीं चलता।
नहीं हो रहा।
अच्छा, नहीं हो रहा ना, ठहरे मैं करता हूँ। अगर अगर मैं करूँ तो मैं F11 दबाऊँगा तो ये एकदम चले गया।
हाँ
तो इसका
मेरा नहीं।
मतलब है आप ना अपना कीबोर्ड चेंज कर लें। ये लैपटॉप है,
हाँ जी, लैपटॉप, हाँ जी।
इसके साथ एक USB कीबोर्ड लगा लें बेशक आप,
ठीक है।
लेकिन
सही।
F11 को चलना चाहिए था उसको। अच्छा
हाँ
जी,
नहीं,
अब यहाँ पे आपने
लास्ट
क्या
में
करना है,
बड़ा ट्राई किया। अच्छा।
यहाँ पे क्या करना है आपने,
लकी।
एंटर एंटर दबाना है।
हाँ जी।
हाँ, फिर एंटर दबा दें। अब पासवर्ड डाल दें, वही shift 1 करें पहले,
शिफ्ट।
और बाकी पासवर्ड वही है, P कैपिटल
ई
ASSW।
कैपिटल।
हाँ, अब आप टैब दबाएं, टैब टैब वाला दबाएं। टैब बिल्कुल कैप्स लॉक के ऊपर होता है, एक दफ़ा टैब दबाएं।
हाँ जी।
नहीं गया अभी तक।
टैब कौन सा कह रहे हैं?
टैब कैप्स लॉक के ऊपर एक लिखा हुआ है, टैब कैप्स
हाँ
लॉक है
जी।
ना जहाँ पे।
हाँ जी।
अब यहाँ पे डालें shift 1 पासवर्ड 1।
डाउन एरो दबाओ तभी आ जाता है।
ओ नहीं सॉरी, में ज्यादा
Shift 1 P capital. अच्छा, इसका मतलब है कि ऊपर भी कुछ कम है, ऊपर वाले में भी कुछ कम है। आप ना स्केप, आप ऐसा करें F9 दबाएं, पीछे जाएं, पिछली स्क्रीन पे जाएं, फिर वापस आएं, F9 दबाएं। यहाँ पे नीचे लिखा है ना बैक जाना है तो F9 दबाओ।
हाँ जी,
F9 दबाया आपने?
ये भी नहीं प्रेस हो रहा, पता नहीं क्यों। ये तो हालांकि नया लैपटॉप है।
अच्छा, ये फिर आपके ना लैपटॉप में ना वो ऑन हो गया होगा, एक वो मोड होता है जिसमें स्क्रीन वो चेंज हो जाती हैं, कीज चेंज हो जाती हैं। तो एक सेकंड मैं दबाता हूँ, ये मैं एक सेकंड, मैं तो उस पर हूँ ही नहीं अभी। ठीक है, ये वापस आए, अब एंटर करके वापस जाएंगे, अब डालें पासवर्ड, पहले
ठीक
आराम
है,
आराम से डालें सारी कीज।
हाँ जी। अब कह रहा है F11 इंस्टॉल।
ठीक है, अब F11 नहीं चल रहा आपका?
नहीं चल रहा इधर में, बड़ा
यार
प्रेस
ये तो ठीक बात नहीं है, F11 इस तरह नहीं चल रहा। तो
किया।
इसका इसका एक और तरीका होता है,
अच्छा,
इसका एक और तरीका है, पता नहीं, अब आपको ना मेरा ख्याल है अपनी मशीन रिबूट करेंगे तो शायद चल जाए। इसके अंदर ना एक कीबोर्ड भी होता है,
कौन
कीबोर्ड।
सा बटन प्रेस हो सकता है?
नहीं, ये मैं कीबोर्ड देखता हूँ ना कि कीबोर्ड, आपके कीबोर्ड में मसला, ये एक वर्चुअल कीबोर्ड होता है हर इसके अंदर। और एक सेकंड, ये है
सॉरी,
ऑन
आपको
स्क्रीन
लगता है
कीबोर्ड,
दे
ठीक
रहा
है।
हूँ, sorry।
ये जो ऑन स्क्रीन कीबोर्ड है ना, इसको
हाँ
मैं
जी,
इधर लाता हूँ,
ठीक है।
और मैं इसके अंदर क्लिक कर दिया मैंने उधर, और अब मैं इधर आके F11, इसमें किधर है भाई, इसमें तो F11 ही नहीं है।
नहीं, इसमें नहीं है।
कीबोर्ड ना चेंज करना पड़े सर,
यार
मतलब FN से या किसी चीज से चेंज नहीं होता है नंबर्स।
एक दफा गिरा था तकरीबन को थोड़ी देर पहले ना,
थोड़ी देर
तो
पहले,
हाँ जी,
एक सेकंड,
शायद उसकी वजह से कोई हिल गया मुझे लग रहा है।
अच्छा एक सेकंड, पहले तो हम इसको हम जाने देते हैं, एक सेकंड। ये, हाँ मुझे लगता है आपका ना मशीन रीस्टार्ट होने वाली है, अदरवाइज ये मैं F11 कर देता हूँ, वो उधर तो स्टार्ट हो गई है, आपकी मशीन रीस्टार्ट होगी ना, ठीक हो जाएगी। अच्छा, ये हो गया, आप इसको यहाँ से माउस करके इसको बंद कर सकते हैं, देखें ज़रा,
हाँ जी।
कोशिश करें, ये कीबोर्ड बंद हो जाएगा?
हम्म,
नहीं हो रहा।
नहीं हो रहा,
हाँ ये,
नहीं हो रहा।
अच्छा अभी फ़िलहाल तो ये उसमें जा रहा है, थोड़ा सा हैंग हो रहा है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि ये रीस्टार्ट होने वाला है। इसमें मेमोरी कितनी है वैसे?
500 GB।
500 GB डिस्क है।
हाँ जी, डिस्क है, और 16 लाइक 16 GB रैम।
ठीक है, तो देखे ना, 4 GB इसने लिया, 4 GB इसने ले लिया, 8 GB हो गए, और इसको
हाँ
कितना लिया हुआ है इसने? अच्छा जी, ये हो गया है, और इसको एंटर करेंगे, ये रिस्टार्ट हो जाएगा, और ये वाला जो है ये भी रिस्टार्ट होने के लिए तैयार है। दोनों रिस्टार्ट हो जाएंगे, फिर इनके जस्ट आईपी एड्रेस सेट करने हैं और
ठीक है,
कनेक्ट करते हैं। यार ये मुझे लग रहा है ये आपके जो है ना, इसमें ये आपका कंप्यूटर रिस्टार्ट होने वाला है।
सही।
वैसे ये आपको समझ आया है कि इसके अंदर आईपी एड्रेस कैसे करेंगे वंस ये
हाँ
रिस्टार्ट होके
वो
ठीक हो जाए?
मैं कर लूंगा, हाँ जी।
अच्छा, तो एक काम करते हैं ना,
हाँ जी,
इस सारे को रिस्टार्ट कर देते हैं एक दफ़ा। जाने दें,
ठीक।
कोई नहीं, इसको यहीं से उठा लेंगे दोबारा। उई, आपने अपने नोट्स तो नहीं बनाए हुए थे इस पे?
नहीं नहीं, कोई नहीं पाओ, हाँ जी, कोई नहीं मसला।
चलें चलें, देखते हैं रीस्टार्ट करने के बाद देखें कि वो चलता है कि नहीं।
ठीक है। मेरा वीसी प्लेयर तो नहीं जाएगा ना?
नहीं नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं जाएगा।
अच्छा है, ठीक। तो आप अदनान भाई पक्के उधर ऑस्ट्रेलिया में सेटल हो गए?
यार वो बस ऐसे ही है ना कि जब फैमिली सेट हो जाए, बच्चे सेट हो
हाँ
जाएं, स्कूल
सही
जाने शुरू हो जाएं, तो बस
सही
फिर वहाँ से मूव करना मुश्किल हो जाता है।
सही। कितने बच्चे हैं आपके?
मेरे 4 हैं माशाल्लाह।
माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह। कितने?
वो 3 जो हैं वो 10वीं में है,
अच्छा माशाल्लाह।
और एक
बेटे हैं?
हाँ जी,
तीन
3 बेटियां और एक बेटा है।
अच्छा सेम मेरी सिचुएशन है, मेरी भी
अच्छा,
तीन।
माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह।
थैंक यू।
तो बस वो जो है ना, वो उसमें फिर इतना मूव अराउंड करना फिर इजी नहीं रहता।
हाँ नहीं सही वाला मुश्किल होगा।
तो सर आपके बच्चे कोई आपकी
डू यू
फुटस्टेप्स को
वांट टू
फॉलो
स्टार्ट?
करेंगे क्या?